in tight, can you see it? Streaming the truth live from where they decree it. Sylvia speaks, no filter, no buffer. Courtroom drama couldn't get any tougher.
When the gavel's first bang, to the witness stands tears. Sylvia's lens captures all your hopes and fears. Uploading justice one trial at a time. Tune in every moment, edges sublime.
Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Faces tell stories, the courtroom can't hide. Sylvia's insights cut through the divide. From jury talks to the lawyer's secret. In Sylvia's world, you know you'll need it. Behind the scenes where whispers are loud, her lens reveals the truth in the crowd. Courtroom secrets laid bare to see. Stay curious with Sylvia Spree. Every objection, every sharp retort, Sylvia's there to give you the report. Exclusive footage no one else can snag. From catchy headlines straight to the tag. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show.
Faces tell.
Hey everybody. Let me get this off for a minute. Hold on. Okay. I was told not to talk too much because there are people who are just trying to get the video out. They don't want me to talk so much. Well, anyway, I just want to do the happy birthday for all the birthday folks. Are you early? Yes, Anthony. I'm trying to wait for folks to come on in. All my most of my people coming from X. Shout out to my X folks, because you guys want this. You want this because even a young lady came all the way down to Brunswick because she appreciate me showing the coverage. So I didn't even know. I didn't think anybody was watching it, but I know X is watching it. So I met two wonderful, beautiful people today. So I'm gonna do the birthday thing for the February birthday, and then we get started. Okay. All right. I'm just going to try to get folks up in here. I don't want to, let me do the birthday. All right, here we go.
February babies are extra special because they bring even more light to this time of year. Happy birthday to February babies who make the winter months a little brighter. May your day be filled with love and joy. Forget the past, look forward to the future, for the best things are yet to come. Birthdays are a new start, a fresh beginning, and a time to pursue new endeavors with new goals. Move forward with confidence and courage. You are a very special people. May today and all of your days be amazing. Happy birthday, February 5th. Keys will
and Teddy Page Johnson. February 15, Haley. February 17, Steph LeBeau 217. February 19, Mrs. Naturally Almond. February 20, infamous Sylvia and Kate Amamos Johnson. February 26, Jenny Wynn Jewel. February 27, Serena Fearing and Bougie Pisces. February love babies. God.
All right, guys, let's get started. We got a lot of clippings to do from yesterday. So the reason why everything's gonna be like really like short with the clippings, because I had to get it from their system. You know, the news people do like clips. When I do the whole thing, they do clips. So just bear with me. I'm not gonna run my mouth. I already was told stop talking so much. Just show the videos. That's what I'm about to do, okay? All right, you won't hear nothing else from me. Here we go.
Them and spell your last name for us, please.
My name is Jennifer Woodward, Woodward.
Can everybody hear okay? Yes, sir. Keep that volume up for me, please, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please tell us where you work?
I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Do we know that as the GBI?
Yes.
How long have you been with the GBI?
7 years.
And what do you do for the GBI?
I'm a supervisory intelligence analyst, and so I am basically a criminal intelligence analyst.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about what you do as a criminal intelligence analyst.
So as an analyst, my role is to take information that either I find or a agent or law enforcement officer provides for me. And I take that information and I analyze it and I either, put it in a format that they can read. I might do some of my own analysis to help find things out. It's basically just analysis of data and data collection.
Just kind of various types of data and all that?
Phone record analysis, social media, finding information on people, criminal histories, anything law enforcement related.
Were you asked to conduct an analysis of certain phone records in this case?
Yes.
All right. When you receive phone records, do you receive them in any kind of particular format?
So I can receive them anyway, but they are the original records from the phone company.
And what are the various phone companies that you receive them from?
Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, your main providers.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what we've marked as State's Exhibits 6 through 10. Ms. Woodward, do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those?
These are the phone records on, it feels like a flash drive.
Okay. And whose phone records are they? And if you will identify them one number each. For example, State's Exhibit 6 is so-and-so, State's Exhibit 7 is so-and-so.
Yes. So Liberty Stewart cell records, State Exhibit 6. Rocky Bridges cell record, State Exhibit 7. Travis McMichael's cell record, State Exhibit 8. Greg McMichael cell record, State Exhibit 9, and DA George Barnhill phone record, State Exhibit 10.
All right, do those fairly and accurately represent the phone records as you received them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to Rule 803.6 and 902.11, Business Records Exception Rule, the state tenders States Exhibits number 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
6 through 10 are tendered. Any objection?
I don't have an objection to the records themselves, no.
Okay.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
May I have those back? Thank you. Now, I'm going to begin by showing you State's Exhibit number 7. It was labeled Rocky Bridge's cell phone records. Can you see up on the screen State's Exhibit number 7?
Yes.
All right. What is this that you can see on the screen right now?
Is the full LTE call detail explanation form.
All right, let's start with what is VOLTE? What is that?
It's going to be voice over LTE.
Okay. I can see that that's difficult for me to see from here. All right. Now, starting on the left, do you see where it says record open date/time?
Yes.
What is that?
It's going to be the time that the record was received, so either like the phone call or the text message.
Right. And when you say that the record was received, what does that mean?
Either like a call was made or received, a text message was made or received, the actual record.
Do you see on the third line where it references GMT?
Yes.
Tell the jury a little bit what that means, the GMT.
GMT is Greenwich Mean Time, and it's kind of like the universal time point. And so from there, we have, Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight Time, which is what we're in.
Okay, so we're in February now.
Yes.
If we're talking about cell phone records that happened in 2020 from February, are we in the same kind of daylight time, standard time that we were then?
Yes.
Okay. And so are we in Eastern Standard Time now?
Correct.
Compared to Greenwich Mean Time, where is Eastern Standard Time?
It is -5, so 5 time zones back.
So, for example, if something comes up, say, 1500 Greenwich Mean Time, what time does that mean that it's in Eastern Standard Time?
1000.
Okay. So let me take you to the second column here where it says record open DT/TM. Do you see that? Okay. And what is that?
That's going to be the Greenwich Mountain Time. So that's that UTC unconverted time zone.
All right. And I'm going to skip DIR. And what is MSISDN?
That's going to be like the mobile directory number. That's going to be the actual phone number.
The actual phone number of what?
The records. Whoever the subscriber was, the records you got back.
So right now we're looking at State's Exhibit number 7.
Yes.
And we'll get to the actual number in just a moment. But what would the MSISDN of State's Exhibit number 7 be based upon the front of this? Can you tell?
It'd be Rocky Bridge's phone number.
Okay. And do you see the next column that says called number?
Yes.
Is that sort of self-defining?
Yes.
Okay. What does it mean?
It is a number that was called. So when you have your cell phone, that phone number that you would put in to call.
Okay. And how about the CPN?
That is the calling number that was that made that call to you.
Okay. So is in other words, the person that's dialing?
Yes.
All right. And then SOU. What is SOU?
It's going to be seconds of use or the duration of the call.
All right. Showing you in addition to that on State's Exhibit number 7. There we go. It's a little bit hard to see. Can you see where you are? Can you see the last name of the subscriber in column C?
Yes.
What is the last name of the phone subscriber?
Bridges.
And what is the first name?
Rocky.
Question. Can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
May I have 1 second, Your Honor?
All right, let me go to the next one, guys. I got to do the clippings like this because I was not here to take my own stuff, so I have to rely on the way they gave it to me. Okay.
May we approach it briefly? It's just kind of a. Ms. Woodward, we are going to just refer to phone numbers by their last 4 digits. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. Let me see here. Okay. So, oops, don't save. So I want to take you over to what is this file that I'm pointing at here. This one that starts with ends in 5055 CDR VOLTE. What is that?
So it's going to be the call detail record specifically for voice over LTE type of calls or transactions.
And are those first 10 digits on the screen on that file the phone number associated with the account?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that's Rocky Bridge's cell phone number?
Based on the subscriber file, yes.
All right. Now, what do we see here broadly? What is this spreadsheet?
It's going to be the call detail records.
Okay. And so earlier we were talking about dates and times and GMT.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the first column here on the left, what is that?
That's going to be those records recorded in a adjusted to Eastern Standard Time.
Now, you say that they're adjusted to Eastern Standard Time. How do you know that they're adjusted to Eastern Standard Time?
It has the -5.
And you say the -5. Is that at the end of that column right there? Now, moving to column 2, is that, what is that?
That's going to be the records in the GMT.
And then column D, I suppose, and not column 2, but column D. And is that the number of the phone number associated with the account?
Yes.
Okay. And then column E, what is that?
That's going to be the number that was dialed.
And then the CPN column, which is that?
That's the calling party number.
All right. I want to direct you to some of the phone, line 13. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is the time of that call?
17:55.
All right. So some of us aren't great with military time. Can you help us out a little bit?
That is going to be 5:55 versus 5:55.
I'm just nodding. I can't tell you yes or no. I'm just, and if it's after 12, is that PM?
Yes.
Okay. So if you say that's 5:55, is that 5:55 PM?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the date of that call?
February 23rd.
Okay. And looking at column F, who made the call?
06180. 6180.
6180.
Yes.
All right. And what number did they call?
5055.
Taking you to line 18. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What time did that call occur?
1836, so 6:36 p.m.
And who called who?
6180
And who did they call?
5055.
Okay. And how long was that call?
272 seconds, which is a little over about 2 minutes and 32 seconds.
Is it 2 minutes and 32 seconds?
4 minutes and 32 seconds.
Okay. All right.
Math is not my strong point.
That's okay. Going back up to 13, I think I forgot to ask you, line 13, the seconds of use, how many are there?
61.
All right. So I think we probably know about how long that.
Approximately a minute, a little over a minute.
All right. Taking you to line 21, when is this call?
11:13 a.m.
Okay. On what date?
2/24, February 24th.
Okay. Who calls?
6180
And what phone number do they call?
5055.
And how long does it last?
40 seconds.
Taking you to line 52. Do you see that line?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date and time of that call?
1630.
Okay. What's the date?
Oh, March 1st.
And 1630, is that about 4:30?
Yes.
And who called who?
5055 called 6180.
Okay. And how long was that call?
599 seconds. So approximately 10 minutes.
Taking you to line 81 on the 5055 records. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date?
March 5th,
Okay. And what time?
1709, so approximately 5:09 p.m.
All right. And who called who?
6180 called 5055.
And how long did that last?
Approximately 33 seconds.
All right. Thank you very much on State's Exhibit number 7. Now I'm going to walk through each one of these for just a moment. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 6. If you could, please let the jury know, please refresh their memory on whose cell phone records these are.
Liberty Stewart cell records.
All right. Hand that back. Do you see the cell phone number through the CDRVOLTE file?
Yes.
What is the cell number?
0613.
Okay. I'm going to come back to this in a minute. I want to go ahead and get all the cell numbers. Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit number 8.
Travis McMichael.
Cell
Records.
And do you see the cell phone number from the CDRVOLTE file?
Yes.
What are the last 4 digits of that cell phone number?
1374.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 9. Whose cell phone records are those?
Greg McMichael cell records.
And what is the last 4 digits of Mr. McMichael's cell phone numbers according to the CDRVOLTE file?
1726.
All right. And showing you State's Exhibit number 10. is State's Exhibit number 10?
DA George Barhill phone records.
Again, according to the CDR VOLTE file, what are the last four of DA George Barnhill's phone records?
0740.
All right. Now I know you didn't testify to the first number, but we've heard prior testimony of the first number. Of the last five, are they correct?
Yes.
When you are looking at these various records, are you able to tell when some numbers call other numbers?
Yes.
For example, you see up on the screen, do you see that PowerPoint?
Yes.
All right. Say, for example, are you able to tell, say, if the first number were to call the second number?
Yes.
Are you able to tell how long that they talk?
Yes.
Are you able to tell the date that they talk?
Yes.
Are you able to tell the time that they talk?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, are you able to obtain the actual call what people talk about on the call?
No.
Can you obtain any kind of topic that they talk about?
No.
Do the cell phone companies, to your knowledge, maintain recordings of phone calls like that?
No.
Let's talk about, for just a moment, these records in So I want to take you to Liberty Stewart's cell phone records, State's Exhibit number 6. All right. Can you see that up on the screen?
Yeah.
Is that a little more helpful?
Yes.
Ma'am? Perfect. All right. Now, I'm going to take you down to line number 4. Can you see that?
Yes. Can you expand out the columns though, please?
Certainly. You mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did they show the last 4?
Can you see from where you are now?
Yes. Thank you.
Certainly. Can you see line number 4?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date of line number 4?
1716, which is 5:16 p.m.
And what is the date?
February 23rd.
Okay. And who called who?
0613 called 6180.
Now, do you see where it's SOU or how many seconds of use?
Yes.
So what does, you see 3. In your experience, what does that typically mean?
Usually it went to voicemail and the call ended before a voicemail was left.
Do you see line number 5 right below it?
Yes.
What, and do you see what time that occurred?
1716 or 5:16 p.m.
I want you to take a look at number 4 and line number 4 and line number 5 where the time occurs.
Mhm.
Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm not asking you for the number difference, but what is the difference in between those two numbers, those two different times?
Very few minutes.
Okay. Is it a few minutes or a few seconds?
Few seconds.
And again, who calls who?
06.
All right, we're going on to the next one. I'm sorry I got to do it this way, but because I was not here yesterday, I had to take it from one of the other news people, and this is the way they gave it to me.
613 calls 6180.
Okay. And how long did that last?
Few seconds.
I'm taking you down to line number 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what time does it occur?
1717 or 5:17 p.m.
And who calls who?
0613 calls 4603.
Okay, all right. So let me take you to line 7. Line 7, do you see that call? What time did that occur?
1718 or 5:18 p.m.
Okay, and who called who?
0613 called 5055.
Does this call connect?
Yes.
Okay, and how long does it last?
233 seconds or just under 4 minutes.
Let me take you down to line 8. Do you see that?
Yes.
What time did it occur?
1728 or 5:28 p.m.
And who called who?
5055 called 0613.
In 35 seconds, are you able to tell from 35 seconds whether that connects?
It could be a voicemail, or it could have been a brief phone call. So not exactly.
All right. Take you to line 9. Do you see line 9?
Yes.
Okay. What time did that occur?
5:35 p.m.
All right. And who called who?
6180 called 0613.
Does that call connect?
Yes, for 137 seconds.
Is that a little over 2 minutes?
Yes.
Taking you to line 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And when does that occur?
5:41 p.m.
Who calls who?
5055 calls 0613.
For how long?
55 seconds.
And line 11. Do you see that?
Mhm.
What time?
5:42 p.m.
Okay. And who calls who?
5055 calls 0613.
And can you tell if that connected?
Again, when it's a small range, not either a short phone call or a voicemail.
Showing you what we've admitted as State's Exhibit number 9, Greg McMichael's cell phone records. Sir.
If you
On.
Thank you.
All right, is this the 1726 number?
Yes.
I think I just said it a moment ago, but do you recall what State's Exhibit number 9 is?
Greg McMichael cell records.
All right. And showing you State's Exhibit number 9. I want to take you to line 3. Do you see line 3?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date and time of that call?
February 23rd at 4:14 p.m. or 4:14, which is 2:14 p.m.
I'm sorry, what time did you say it was? In our Eastern Standard Time?
2:14.
2:14, okay. And who's the caller
1726
and who do they call?
6180.
Okay, and how long is that?
39 seconds.
Okay, and again, kind of in that range, are you able to tell whether it connected?
Yes and no.
Possible voicemail?
Possible voicemail. Yes.
Take you to line 54. Do you see the date and time on that?
Yes. February 24th at 1939, which would be 7:39 p.m.
And can you see who called who?
6180 called 1726.
All right, how long did that last?
555 seconds.
I'm about to ask you to do a little tougher math. Can you tell about how long that is in minutes and seconds?
Just under 10 minutes. So 5 seconds short.
Where am I next? Taking you to line 210. All right. Do you see a date and time on that?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
March 8th at 19:15, which would be 7:15 p.m.
Now, just out of curiosity, do you see how it says GMT -4?
Yes,
Why would it change from -5 to -4?
because daylight saving has occurred.
Okay. All right. So who makes the call
1726,
and who do they call?
6180,
How long does it last?
780 seconds.
And we're getting more and more difficult with math here. How long is that?
Oh, over 10 minutes, a little over 12.
Fair enough. Take you to line 393. Do you see line 393?
Yes,
What date and time is that?
that's going to be March 3rd, and then that's going to be 22:52 in GMT.
Now you say in GMT.
That one is not converted.
Okay. Can you convert it for us?
March 3rd would be probably -4.
Okay. With it being -4, what time does make the phone call happen?
It would be 18:52.
Okay. What is that about? Almost 7 o'clock at night? All right. So who calls who?
6180
Calls whom?
1726.
And can you tell whether the phone call connects?
At 6 seconds, probably not.
All right. Now, do you see the time on 393 and 394?
Yes.
Are they exactly the same?
Yes.
Can you explain why there are two different entries that are the same?
Sometimes when something goes to voicemail, depending on the type of voicemail, it treats the voicemail call as a separate call. And so it shows up as a duplicate. And that's why you have two different codes for like the MF and the MT.
All right. Taking you to 397. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the date and time of the call?
It's going to be April 3rd at 19:15, which would be approximately 7:15 p.m.
All right. And who calls who?
1726,
All right. And who do they call?
6180,
And how long does it last?
just under 3 minutes.
All right. Taking you to line 433. Excuse me. What is the date and time of this call?
April 6th,
Okay. What time?
11:05 a.m.
Who calls who?
180,
And who do they call?
1726,
And how long does that last?
536 seconds.
Taking you to line 525. What is the date and time of this call?
April 16th,
What is the, go ahead, I'm sorry.
20:02, which would be approximately 8 p.m.
All right. And who makes the call?
1726,
And who do they call?
6180,
How long does the call last?
46 seconds.
Taking you to line 531. What is the date on this call?
April 18th,
All right. What time?
8:25 p.m.
Who makes the call?
1726,
And what is the number that they do call?
6180,
And what time?
41 seconds.
Next line, 532. What is the date and time of this call?
April 19th at 11:13 a.m.
Okay. And who makes the call?
6180,
And who do they call?
1726,
And how long did that call last?
591 seconds.
Taking you to line 577. Okay. What is the date of this call?
April 24th,
And what is the time?
14:56, which would be 2:56 p.m.
Now, who makes the call?
1726,
And what is the number that they call?
6180,
And how long does the call last?
35 seconds.
Taking you to line 582. Do you see the date on that call?
April 26th,
What time?
1840,
All right. Who makes the call?
7126 or 1726,
And what are the last four digits of the person called?
6180,
And how long is that?
27 seconds.
Taking you to line 598. Do you see the date on that call?
April 27th,
Okay. What time?
1828,
Who makes the call?
1726,
And what is the dialed number?
6180.
All right. And that lasts about 17 seconds.
Yes.
Taking you to line 600. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. What is line 600?
April 27th at 1921,
It was 1921 in Eastern Daylight Time.
7:21 p.m.
Who makes the call?
6180
And who do they call?
1726,
All right. And how long is that call about?
695 seconds.
11 and a half minutes. Does that sound about, is my math right?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a call 690. What is the date on this call?
April 30th,
Okay. What is the time?
1832,
All right. Who dials that call?
6180
And who are they calling?
1726,
And how long is that call?
1264.
Do you know about how long that is in terms of minutes?
A lot. I would say at least an hour. Right.
Okay. 741. Taking you to line 741. Do you see that phone call?
May 1st,
Okay. What is the time on that?
1849,
All right. Who made the call?
1726,
And who did it call?
6180,
All right. And how long is it?
59 seconds.
Are you able to tell from 59 seconds whether the call connected, whether it's a voicemail, anything like that based upon your experience?
It sometimes will connect. It could also just be a long voicemail.
And taking you to line 946. Do you see the date on that call?
May 5th,
Okay. What time?
1951 or 7:51 p.m.
Who makes that call?
1726,
And who do they dial?
6180,
All right. And how long is that?
17 seconds.
All right. Showing you what we've admitted. Admitted number 10. You recognize that?
DA George Barnhill phone records.
All right. Taking you to these records.
All right. All right. Nurse just came in. Nurse, I am playing what happened yesterday first because I was not in, and people that are here asked for it first. So if I have enough time, I will play the one from today. Did I just play this one? I can't remember what number I played already. Lord have mercy. See what happened when y'all just make me discombobulated? I don't remember what I played anymore. I think I didn't play this one.
Records. We take you to line 11. What is the date on line 11?
February 23rd,
Okay. What time?
1743,
All right. Who is the caller?
6180,
And who received the call?
0740,
Okay. And how long does that call last?
221 seconds,
How long is 221 seconds?
just under 4 minutes.
Okay. Now, taking you over to just kind of as a reminder or refresher on column D, the MSI SDN. What is that again?
That is the phone number of the records.
So taking you to line 13, what is the date on line 13?
February 23rd,
Okay. What is the time?
1749,
Okay. Who's the caller?
0740,
And who did they call?
6180,
How long?
372.
You probably know the question that's coming. How many minutes and seconds about is that?
That's about just under 4 minutes. Or just over.
Can I ask you if it's over 6 minutes?
Yes, because 6 times 6 is 36.
All right. Taking you to line 35. What is the date on line 35?
February 25th,
Okay. And what is the time?
11:41 a.m.
All right. Who is the caller here?
0740
And who did they call?
6180
Did it connect?
for 116 seconds,
And how long is 116 seconds?
just under 2 minutes.
Taking you to line 37. Do you see that?
February 25th,
And what time on February 25th?
12:39.
Is that in the afternoon around lunchtime?
Yes, 12:39 p.m.
Who's the caller?
0740
Okay. And who did they call?
6180,
How long did that call last?
55 seconds.
Taking you to line 116. Do you see the date on that?
Yes,
Okay. What is the date?
March 3rd,
Okay. What time?
17:27 or 5:27 p.m.
And who is the caller?
0740
And who did they call?
6180
All right. Did it connect?
for 2 seconds.
Okay. What does 2 seconds typically represent?
The call went to a voicemail and immediately hung up.
Is that one of those where they wait for the actual message to go through and then you hang up? Or if you hang up in the middle of somebody saying, hey, this is John Smith, and then you hang up, do you know whether that actually registers?
It kind of depends on the provider. It also depends on, like that code with the MO.
Okay.
So
All right. Taking you to line 152. When does that call occur?
on March 6th,
Okay. What time?
1842,
And who's the caller?
0740
And who did they call?
6180,
Did that call connect?
3 seconds.
Taking you to line 263. What time is that call? Or I'm sorry, what is the date of that call?
March 16th,
What is the time?
1302, which would be 1 p.m.
All right. Now, who's the caller?
6180,
Who did they call?
0740,
And how long did that last?
87 seconds.
Taking you to line 536. What is the date on that call?
April 3rd,
And what time?
1826.
And what is that in, I guess at that point, it's Eastern Daylight Time.
It would be 626,
Okay. Who dials the call?
0740,
And who did they call?
6180,
How long did it last?
267,
All right.
60 seconds.
2 lines down, number 538. What is the date of that call?
April 3rd,
What is the time of that call?
1850,
Who is the caller?
6180,
And who did they call?
0740,
How long did that call last?
26 seconds.
Taking you down to line 553. What is the date of that call?
April 6th,
And what is the time of that call?
1320 or 1:20 p.m.
Who dials?
06 or 8680, 6180,
All right. And who did they dial?
0740,
How long did that last?
2 seconds.
Okay. Now, do you see the line below it, 554?
Yes,
Does that appear to be the same entry?
yes,
Is that the same thing you were talking about earlier with potential voicemails, those sorts of things? Right. Now, you talked about that. Is that column C here, that narrow column?
yes.
Are you able to tell from that what each one means?
Usually an MO is going to be an outbound call. MF usually sometimes is voicemail because it's not call forwarding, but it's kind of a way to remember it. And then MT usually means an inbound call.
Taking you to line 613. What is the date of that call?
April 9th,
Okay. What time?
1647,
Who makes the call?
6180,
And who did they call?
0740,
And what time? Or I'm sorry, how long did it last?
304 seconds.
Taking you to line 1052. What is the date of that call?
May 5th,
Okay. What time?
11:05 a.m.
All right. Who made the call?
0740
Okay. Who did they call?
6180.
Did the call land or connect?
2 seconds.
And if you'll speak up for me just a little
2
bit.
seconds.
Okay. Line 206, I'm sorry, line 1069. What is the date of this call?
May 6th,
Okay. What time?
6:56 a.m.
And who called?
6180
Who did they call?
0740.
And how long did that call last?
1,000 seconds.
How long is that? Ish? Maybe a little over 15 minutes? Okay. I'll take you to line 1100. What is the date of this call?
May 7th,
Okay. What time?
1722
Okay. Who made the call?
0740
And who did they call?
6180
Did the call connect?
for 8 seconds.
Finally, May 7th, do you see that on line 1101?
Yes,
What time?
1723
And who made the call?
6180
And what number did they call?
0740
How long did that call last?
211 seconds.
Your Honor, at this moment, I have nothing further for this witness.
Cross-examination?
All right, y'all. Let me just move it on. Next one. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me.
Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with this honorable court's permission, can the Honorable Keith Adams display some items on the white piece of paper that's in your courtroom now?
If the Honorable Keith Adams will write legibly, so that the jury can see things, then the Honorable Keith Adams can do that.
Just like him. I'd like to start with I asked you about the 911 call. I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 7, which is Travis McMichael's cell phone records. Now, just to be clear, if you let me borrow your cell phone and I make a call, even though I'm making the call, it still comes up on your cell phone records. Is that fair to say? So we don't necessarily know who's making this 911 call without listening to the call. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to show you what's already in evidence, and I'd like you to look at 1:13 p.m. and tell the ladies and gentlemen jury whether on these records it shows the 911 call on February 23rd, 2020.
Right. It's exhibit number 8.
It states exhibit number 8. I'm
You
sorry.
move wherever you need to, so you can see. Can you see it on your screen? or-
Yeah, sorry. All right.
That's fine. My purpose is to have this jury have as much information as they need to make a decision in this case. So you move wherever you need to move to give them some information, okay?
And do you see on the screen in this honorable court's room, do you see the 911 call being displayed by Mr. Kokumo?
Yes,
And do you recognize the date
February 23rd.
and 2020?
Yes.
And can you give the time, the way it's written, but then translate that time to non-military time, correct?
Yes. It's going to be 18:14 in GMT time, and then -5 would be 13:14, which would be 1:14 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so 1:14 p.m., this 911 call goes out from that phone of Travis, which has been designated Travis McMichael. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And do you know how long that 911 call lasts?
274 seconds.
And I heard what you said about time note and division, but that's in seconds, so you divide it by 60.
Yes.
So the jurors can figure out we're talking about approximately 4-minute plus call. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And if I said it wrong, please correct me. All right. Now I want to go away from Travis McMichael's calls. Okay. You did an analysis of all these phone records, true?
Yes.
And did you find any contact between Jackie Johnson's cell phone and Travis McMichael's cell phone?
I do not recall.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors whether there was any based upon your memory right now?
I genuinely, I don't recall. I haven't looked at these records in 5 years.
All right. Well, if there is one, I'm going to ask Mr. Fowler to explain that to you on redirect, okay?
I prefer they just ask the questions of the witness and not ask me. So if you have a question for the witness, that's probably the best way to do this.
Well, I would agree with that, but that was not a question. It was simply a statement, yeah.
Okay. Now, I noticed that Mr. Fowler did not move for the admission of Jackie Johnson's cell phone records.
For a question here.
Pardon me?
I'm asking him to ask a question, not make statements, just like a moment ago.
Is there a question that follows the statement?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's the question.
Were you addressed for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to introduce Jackie Johnson's cell phone records today?
Can you rephrase
You asked to identify Jackie Johnson's cell phone records that you analyzed.
today?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Or I guess, no.
Right. You were asked for George Barnhill, I'll call senior. I know they're not senior, right?
Mm-hmm.
His son,
Mm-hmm.
George Barnhill, it's really not, but junior, correct? Yes?
I only did one George Barnhill.
You didn't do the other one?
It was just Rocky, Liberty, Travis, Greg, and Liberty.
Okay. Okay. You have analyzed Jackie Johnson's cell phone records, fair?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to move for the admission of Ms. Johnson, exhibit number 7. That'll be Jackie Johnson's cell phone records for the period
And
of
she
time.
identified them as the records she analyzed.
Would you like to see them again?
Yes.
Okay.
If she can identify them as the records she analyzed, fine. If not,
Can Mr. Kokumo approach the witness
we
and
have a
show?
problem. Yes, that's fine.
Show it to Mr. Fowler first. Do you know why you were not asked to identify Jackie Johnson's cell phone records for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Objection relevance.
I'll sustain that objection.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Okay, and are they true and accurate from what you identified and when you were given by the Attorney General's office and the GBI about this case?
Yes.
Those records. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Jackie Johnson, number 7, which are her cell phone records.
They are received, subject to the state's statement a little while ago.
And before we get into those records, I'd like to just discuss with you. You mentioned District Attorney Barnhill
Mm-hmm.
records.
Yes.
And I presume, but please correct me, you are identifying the elected District Attorney Barnhill, or do you not know whose records you identify?
Based on what the phone number is.
Okay, so I'd like to clarify with you that you put in to evidence as exhibit number, ma'am. 10, states exhibit number 10. It says on the cover, DA George Barnhill phone records.
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't have an E or an F or a father, son, or elected district attorney or assistant district attorney on this document. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And the number, I believe, do you remember the number for this record?
Not for that one.
Okay. I'm going to show it to you if you don't mind. Do you have your report in front of you?
I don't.
Do you have the numbers of the relevant persons in your report that you analyzed? The phone numbers?
I don't have any report with me.
But the report that you did, would you have those numbers?
I would have to go back and check.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as states exhibit number 10. You see that phone number ending in 0740?
Yes.
And do you know whether that is actually not the elected district attorney, but the son's phone number that you identified?
I just know it's associated with George Barnhill.
Okay, you're not telling the jurors that is the father, the elected district attorney's phone records, are you?
No.
Are you telling, you don't know whether that is in fact the child, the younger? You don't know if this is his record?
I do not know which one.
Did you analyze George E. Barnhill, which is the elected district attorney's records for this work that you did on the case?
I don't recall.
All right. But to be clear for the jurors, the 0740 number you are not saying is the elected district attorney's number.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I'd like to talk with you about, with the court's permission, Mr. Kokumo's permission, Mr. Adams' assistance, I'd like to talk with you about first, Greg McMichael's numbers, okay?
Okay.
Cell phone numbers. And that would be exhibit number 9. It's already in evidence, Your Honor. May I display it?
You may.
Okay, we are now February 23rd, 2020. You already identified the 911 call as 1:14 in the afternoon. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now I'd like you to look at Greg McMichael's call the same day and approximately an hour later at 2:14, okay? And we're going to show these records. Just to orient the jurors, I'd like you to do it. Mr. Kokumo will highlight. But do you remember Jackie Johnson's phone number ending in 6180?
Yes.
You identified earlier today? Okay, so it's now at 2:14 p.m., which, do you see a phone call rather, at 2:23:14. That's February 23rd, 2020. 2/23/2020. You see that, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
And what time is that call?
14:14 or 2:14 p.m.
Okay, and does the GMT -5 mean anything to you on this record?
It means that it is minus from 5 from GMT, so it's in Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, and what number, do you see the number call? This is Greg McMichael's cell phone records, right?
Yes, 1726.
And he called the number 6180 that you identified as Jackie Johnson's number, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and you see that in the called number?
Yes.
And you already said that that call potentially went to voicemail 39 seconds. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the next call I'd like you to look at on these same records, Greg McMichael's records, same exhibit number. A minute later, do you see it right underneath that Mr. Kokumo will highlight for you?
Yes.
In Division 4 of that record, fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what they're looking at here.
So at 2:20 on February 23rd, 2020 at 14:15 or 2:15 GMT or Eastern Time, 1726 contacted 8006 for 114 seconds.
I have one.
All right, let me go do the next one. Did I miss some? I think I missed one, y'all. Oh. Well, I'm gonna skip that one. Let's go to the next set. Hold on, y'all. Excuse me. Our testimony was pretty long, I see. Okay, we have to 75. All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. Here we go, the next one. Hi, everybody that's here. Okay, here we go. Welcome.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions. First of all, for Mr. Adams, the 39 seconds before he moves that, you already identified the call from Greg McMichael's phone to Jackie Johnson's phone is a voice message, correct?
Either a voicemail or a very short phone call, 39 seconds. You really can't say either way.
Were you ever given the voice message in this case to prepare your work?
No.
Okay, so if it was a voice message, then that would verify what you're telling the jurors. It could be a voice message.
It could be.
Okay, can you write potential voice message? And that's from Greg McMichael to Jackie Johnson, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the next call we just talked about, 2:15. A minute later, Greg McMichael calls that number. Do you know that number to be Investigator Bill Darras, D-A-R-A-S?
I do not know.
Were you ever given that number by the District Attorney's Office?
Not that I can recall.
All right. I'd like to now go to Jackie. Any other calls that day that Greg McMichael called Jackie Johnson?
You would have to look in the records, sir.
Can you look for the jurors? Jackie Johnson ends in 6180.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You said for that day?
Yep.
No, there are no more calls.
Okay. If we could flip over to Jackie Johnson exhibit number 7, Your Honor. And these are Jackie Johnson's phone records that are in evidence. And we're going to start with the same day, February 23rd, 2020, okay?
Okay.
And to be fair, I know you didn't talk about them on direct examination, which means earlier today when you were being asked questions by the Honorable Attorney General's office. but you analyze these records to prepare your case, right?
I have looked at them in the course of the investigation, yes.
Okay. So it's the same day, it's February 23rd, 2020. And these are now, Your Honor, they're on your screen in your courtroom, Jackie Johnson's phone records. Just want to orient yourself. And can I ask you some questions about this?
Yes.
And this shows the 6180 under column D, as in David, and those are Jackie Johnson's phone records, right?
Yes.
Or phone number.
Yes.
All right. I'd like you to go to the 214 call. Mr. Kokumo will highlight it for you. I'd like you to explain to the jurors. You see the 214 is now displayed here.
Mm-hmm.
And is that the phone number? Do you even see the phone number from Greg McMichael, the 1726 calling the voicemail?
I don't.
Can you explain that?
It's up to the phone companies. Sometimes they retain it. Sometimes it shows up on someone's records and sometimes it doesn't. We are at mercy to the phone companies.
Okay. And to be clear, if it's not a recorded call, meaning a call that's been answered, it may not appear on the phone records. It depends on the provider. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Does this kind of give more credence that this may have been a voicemail message that you said earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So looking at Jackie Johnson's phone records though, I'd like to go to the 2:17 p.m. call from the number let me get the number here. That we just saw Greg McMichael call earlier, the Bill Darris number. Or excuse me, you don't know that number, but do you see the same number that was called earlier? We could show it to you again if you don't remember it, unless Mr. Adams wrote it down. The phone number that Greg McMichael called at 2:15 p.m., had that 2-minute conversation approximately. Remember that number? Do you see then at 2:17 p.m. that same phone number calling Jackie Johnson's number?
Yes, it's at 8006.
And how long is that call, approximately?
326 seconds.
Which is approximately?
Ask me to do math as well. Just under 4 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So the sequence right now, according to records, is at about 2:14, Greg McMichael calls Jackie Johnson's phone, according to records, of his records, correct?
Yes.
They don't show up on Jackie Johnson's records, so it leads you to believe as an analyst that this might have been a voice message.
It could possibly, yes.
Then a minute later, Greg McMichael is calling this person who you don't know, but calling that number that you just identified for the jurors. And that lasts approximately 2-minute call.
Yes.
And then a minute later, when that call ends, after 2 minutes at 2:17, that phone number is calling Jackie Johnson's phone number.
At what time? Sorry.
2:17.
Yes.
Okay. And that's approximately, you said, around a 3-4 minute call.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to look at Jackie Johnson's records, and Mr. Kokumo will go slowly. Greg McMichael, you know, through your analysis on this case, his phone number ends in 1726. Fair to say?
Yes.
If you could just go and make sure that this is correct, if you need Mr. Kokumo to go slower. Does Jackie Johnson return any type of call to Greg McMichael on February 23rd, 2020?
No.
Okay. All right. I'd like to talk with you about a piece of evidence that's already in evidence before the jury.
Okay.
The jury will remember and it's in evidence. If you need to see it, we're going to show it to you.
Okay.
There is a Miranda rights. Do you know what Miranda rights are by any chance?
I do.
Okay. Form being read from an Officer Nohely to a man named Travis McMichael. Okay?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
And that occurs at 4:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay? Now, I'd like you to see on Liberty Stewart's phone records. Okay?
Okay.
Actually, let's use Jackie Johnson since they're up. Do you see at 5:15 p.m. on the same day, February 23rd, 2020, do you see what's been recognized and identified by you as Liberty Stewart's phone records? And that would end in, you said 0613, if you remember.
There is at 5:35 a communication.
Well, I think we go up. Okay. And you see at 5:35, Liberty Stewart is calling the phone number assigned to, in our case, Jackie Johnson. Fair?
Jackie Johnson is calling the phone number
Okay.
associated with Liberty Stewart.
Some of them are
Okay.
tight.
I understand. I'd like to show you, and I'd like you to explain to the jury, Mr. Kokumo is identifying another call. It should be a 5. It should be. Okay. Do you see what Mr. Kokumo just highlighted?
Yes.
All right. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, and then I want to talk with you about the order on these records, okay, and the time. Explain to ladies and gentlemen jury whether this is phone number 0613 and whether that number is calling or being called by phone number to Jackie Johnson, the 6180.
0613 is contacting 6180.
Okay, and the 0613 you've already described as Liberty Stewart's number.
Yes.
All right, now I'd like to go to the date. It's February 23rd, 2020 on line 31 and 32, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes.
All right, and then it says GMT. Some of them say -5, some of them say +0. Can you explain to the jury what that means time-wise?
Yes. So when it's -5, it's been adjusted already for Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight, which would have been -4. However, some of them have +4 next to them, which means that they have not been adjusted whatsoever.
And how bad?
Reflecting in GMT.
So what time is the 22:16:23 call?
That would be, you're in February, that would be -5. And so it would be at 17:16.
Okay, and 17:16 not in military time is what time?
5:16.
All right. Now, I know that this is out of order or seemingly. Does 5:15, 5:16 rather, does that come before the call that you just talked about at 5:35?
Yes.
So really, according to the records, they're out of sequence, but they're out of sequence. You've just explained it because some times are already converted and sometimes are not converted. Fair?
Yes. When it's usually a voicemail, it does not convert.
Okay. And this one is Liberty Stewart calling Jackie Johnson's phone at 5:15. A voicemail or no contact would have happened, right?
Yes, for 3 seconds.
Okay. So then later, what you said about Jackie Johnson calling Liberty Stewart for approximately 3 minutes at 5:35 p.m. on the same day?
Yes.
That first contact is really Liberty Stewart reaching out to Jackie Johnson's phone.
So the first call with actual context, that has a phone call would be Ms. Johnson to Liberty. The other one, the first contact would be Liberty contacting Ms. Johnson.
Right. And just for clarity for Mr. Adams, Liberty Stewart's call approximately 5:15 calls Jackie Johnson's phone, no contact, correct?
Correct.
And then you have Jackie Johnson calling Liberty Stewart's phone at approximately 5:35 with contact, 3 minutes approximately.
Yes,
Okay.
a little over 2 minutes.
Now, I'd like to go to, and I'm sorry I'm jumping around,
Yeah, you're fine.
but Liberty Stewart's phone records, if you don't mind. Now, remember I told you about that 4:06 p.m., February 23rd, 2020 Miranda form?
Yes.
Mr. Nohilly reading that at that time to Mr. Travis McMichael, okay? I want you to remember the 4:06 time. And I'd like to go to Liberty Stewart's records. Specific, and this is State's Exhibit number 6, Your Honor. And if you could remember Liberty Stewart contacting, I know it wasn't connection, but Jackie Johnson's phone at approximately 5:15 that afternoon, okay?
All right, yeah, hold on. Hold on. Sorry, I stepped away. My bad. Hold on. Hold on. Just bear with me. Just bear with me for a second. What number was that one? What number was that one? That was 76. We're up to 77 now. 77 is what we're up to. Okay, that was 77. Okay. All right, here we go.
It's Sunday, February 23rd, 2020. Right before that, I'm going to show you a call at 5:11 p.m. to Liberty Stewart's number, okay? And I'd like you to specifically look at a number ending in 0257 that Mr. Kokumo would be good enough to highlight for us. Do you see what's highlighted?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the same date, Sunday, February 23rd, 2020, fair?
Yes.
And it says 17:11:44 GMT -5. Just tell the jurors what time that is.
That's going to be at 5:11 p.m.
Okay, because it's already been taken into consideration.
Correct.
And you did it in non-military time, so 5:11:44 seconds is approximately 4 minutes before that call from Liberty Stewart's phone to Jackie Johnson's phone, true?
Yes.
Okay, and on here, Liberty Stewart's phone is being called by a number 0257, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And 5:11 in the afternoon is approximately an hour and 5 minutes after the 4:06 video that the jurors saw.
Yes, with the Miranda signing, yes.
Okay. And that might have been more than just Miranda. That may have been a conversation between Mr. Nohilly and Mr. Travis McMichael, but 6 p.m. is before the 5:11 call that you just helped us identify. Fair?
Yes.
All right. Do you know whose number that is that Mr. Kokumo has on the screen, the 0257?
No.
Were you ever told the importance of that number, if at all?
I don't recall. I've received a list of numbers and I just look at them as the numbers.
Okay. Now, using Liberty Stewart's phone, so Liberty, this is her records, correct? So Liberty Stewart, you already said at 5:15, so after that 5:11 call that you just analyzed, to Liberty Stewart's phone. Liberty Stewart's phone then calls Miss Jackie Johnson's phone. You already said that, right? About 5:15?
Yes.
All right. That's the no contact, fair?
Yes.
Then next, almost a minute later, if you look at about 5:17 and explain how you get there with the jurors, do you see Liberty Stewart's phone contacting Rocky Bridges' phone?
Yes.
And Rocky Bridges, just for ladies and gentlemen, jury, is 5055. True?
Yes.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. And that is approximately a minute or so after Liberty Stewart calls without contact Jackie Johnson's phone. Fair?
Yes.
And that is a connection, according to the records, approximately, I don't know, 5 minutes to 233 seconds divided by 60?
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Then I'd like you to look at, do you see Rocky Bridges' number? Could be on these records, 5055, then calling Liberty Stewart's number at about 528.
Yes.
And I converted it already, but that's true that it was at 520, perhaps, according to records, approximately 528,
Yes.
48 seconds. And that is the known handset of Rocky Bridges, the number sign, then calling Liberty Stewart. Fair?
Yes. For 35 seconds.
Okay. And that could be no contact.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Then we have the 5:35 p.m., which is approximately 7 minutes after Rocky Bridges calls Liberty Stewart. And that is Jackie Johnson's handset, which again is 6180, calling the Liberty Stewart handset for approximately 3 minutes. And Liberty Stewart again is 0613. Is that all true?
Yeah. For about a little over 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
That one done already? Golly. Hold on, y'all. That was a quick one. Hold on, let me end up this one. That was quick. I can't wait till we get to today's stuff because today's stuff has my it's on my equipment. Theirs is like, oh my God. Hold on a second. Okay, y'all, here we go.
NMF.
Okay. And Mr. McMichael to Jackie Johnson, 802 voicemail, more probable than not. Fair?
Yes.
Now, looking at those records while Mr. Adams is writing for the jury, Thursday, April 16, 2020, any return call from Jackie Johnson's handset, 6180 to Greg McMichael, 1726. If you could just look at all those calls on that date.
You said on the 20th?
On the 16th of April. Any contact with Jackie Johnson trying to communicate with Greg McMichael. We understand the voicemail from Greg McMichael to Jackie Johnson. I'm saying the opposite. Did Jackie Johnson ever contact Greg McMichael from these records?
No.
Okay. Let's go to the next day, which is April 17, 2020. Tell us whether Jackie Johnson tried to communicate with Greg McMichael ending in 1726 to return that voice message.
Not until the 19th.
Okay, and we're going to get there. So nothing on the 18th?
No.
Okay, let's go to the 19th. Do you see at approximately 11:13 a.m., the Jackie Johnson phone, the 6180 calling the Greg McMichael phone, 1726?
Yes.
And that lasts for approximately, I'm going to say 10-minute call. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the first time from your review of these records that that call is returned, if it was returned?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'd like to go to Sunday, April 26, 2020. Were you aware to prepare for this testimony, prepare for your work on the case, that a New York Times article came out that day about this case? All right. I'd like to discuss with you 6:40 p.m., a call from Greg McMichael's handset to 1726 to Jackie Johnson's handset, which is 1680. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's 27 seconds?
Yes.
And the time would be, am I correct, about 6:40 if you converted for the jurors?
Yes.
Okay, and that's in the evening hours, true?
Yes. 6:40 p.m.
And yes, sir. Sunday, April 26, 2020. Greg McMichael's handset calling Jackie Johnson's handset. Is that all true?
Yes.
Okay, and it's 6:40 p.m., right? True?
Yes.
27 seconds, no contact. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Voicemail.
Okay. Then at 8:43 that same day, oh, that's wrong. 9:45. That's wrong. I'm wrong. In there, where do you see, if at all, I'm not trying to trick you, where do you see Jackie Johnson returning that contact with 1726 of Greg McMichael? If you could look at the whole day.
It is not.
Okay, let's go to the next day then, which is April 27th, 2020. I'd like you to look at approximately 7:21 in the evening and tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, whether you see the Jackie Johnson phone, the 6180, calling the Greg McMichael phone 1726.
Yes.
Okay, and approximately that phone call is just, I don't know, 11 and a half minutes. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And any other time that Jackie Johnson tried to return the voicemail from the day before the 7:21 p.m. call?
No.
Okay. I'd like you to look at April 29th, 2020. 2:09 in the afternoon, if you could orient the jury. Jackie Johnson's phone calling the number that you do not recognize, the 9025 number. You're not saying that's a Barnhill number. You don't know.
I do not know.
Okay. And do you see that connection though between Jackie Johnson, the 6180, and the 9025 number on April 29, 2020, approximately 2:09 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And that lasted for approximately, I don't know, 9 minutes,
Yes.
8.5 minutes, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Then do you see at 3:49 p.m. the Jackie Johnson phone records indicate communication with 5135? Remember that number earlier we discussed?
Yes.
And you said that you know who Jay Wiggins is, but you're not sure as you sit here today that that's his phone number.
I do not know.
Okay. And that calls approximately what would that be, 9 minutes approximately?
7 minutes?
Okay,
A little over 7?
for 470 seconds. True?
Yes.
So that would be maybe
Around 8 minutes, just under 8 minutes.
okay. Okay, thank you. All right. Now, do you know anything going on that day of April 29th, 2020 involved in this case? All right. And you don't know that as you sit here today to be the acting chief of police, Jay Wiggins' number. You just can't, you're not saying it's not, you're not saying
I just
it is.
don't know. Don't have it memorized.
Okay. All right. And I'd like to go to April 30th, 2020. You're fine. You're good. 3 more. Just right. Swan. Thank you, sir. You're good. Sorry about that. So April 30th, 2020, I'd like to go to. Do you see the Jackie Johnson at approximately 6:32 p.m., the 6180 number calling the Greg McMichael 1726 number?
Are you referring to line 1635?
Let's see.
Hold on just one second. Can you see Mr. Fowler? Okay.
I can, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. I just happened to notice the angle of the thing here.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right.
And I was referring to 1635, which is now highlighted by Mr. Kokumo. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, the time in non-military and proper time, Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, it's going to be at 6:32 p.m.
And whose number is calling who? And if you need a refresher, we can tell you whose numbers those belong to.
It's going to be Jackie Johnson calling Greg McMichael.
Okay. And that conversation lasts for approximately 21 minutes. I'll say 4 seconds above 21 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see on Friday, May 1, 2020 at 6:32 p.m., the number for Greg McMichael, 1726, is calling the number designated for Jackie Johnson, 6180. And it'll be highlighted for you in just a moment. May 2nd. I'm sorry, you're right, May 1st. I'm sorry, you were in the right one. That it? Is that the number from Greg McMichael, is 1726, calling the number to Jackie Johnson, 6180?
Yes.
And what time, can you convert that time? I may have said it wrong.
So it would be -4, which would be 1849, which would be 6 p.m.
Okay,
or 6:49 p.m.
okay. And this is on the date of May 1, 2020, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And is that designated as another voicemail?
Yes.
Okay, so Greg McMichael's phone leaves Jackie Johnson's phone a voice message at I think I said 6:32, I apologize. 6:49 p.m. on May 1, 2020, fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to go now to May 2nd, 2020. 9:14 a.m. Do you see that number I've been asking you about, that I've been asking you whether you know it's Jay Wiggins' number, the acting chief of police of Glynn County Police Department, the 5135 number calling the Jackie Johnson number, the 6180 for approximately 13 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, and that's all correct time. Is that fair to say? The 9:14 is the time that we would use if you're not using military time?
Yes.
Okay, does not need to be converted?
No.
Because it's already GMT -4.
Yes, thankfully.
That what you said?
Thankfully.
Okay, you're doing great. All right, then do you see at 9:27 that morning, Jackie Johnson's phone is calling a phone number, let's see, for 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you know that number to be to an FBI agent? Do you know that?
No.
Do you know who Jeff Roberts is with the FBI?
I'm familiar, but I don't know him personally.
You know his number?
No.
Okay. I'd like you to look at 9:40 that morning. Do you see a number, ending in 6972, calling the Jackie Johnson phone number ending in 6180 for 10 minutes approximately, 10 minutes and 1 second?
Which line are you referring to?
It should be 940. Approximately.
Phone number 4175.
Let's see, hold on one second. Yes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know that to be a person with the FBI, an agent with the FBI calling Jackie Johnson's phone?
No.
Okay. Do you see a 9:53 a.m. call from Jackie Johnson's phone for 5 minutes
Yes.
to a 0711 number?
Yes.
And do you know that number to be to the Assistant United States Attorney at that time, Bobby Christine,
No.
from Jackie Johnson's phone? Yes, sir. Jackie Johnson's phone, 9:50 a.m., calling a number ending in 0711. 5-minute call. You don't know whose number that is.
I know this testimony is really long, isn't it, y'all? Hold on a second. I gotta stop this one. Go on to the next one. Go on to the next one, y'all. Which one was that one just now? We gotta do 79. This is about this is the same one we just did, right? You know, this one's long. Tell me if this is the same one we just watched. Yeah, we should be at 78, right? Did you guys just see 78? Did you just see 78?
To trigger somebody calling somebody.
No.
Okay. On March,
Hold on. Hold on a second, y'all.
March
Hold on, y'all.
2nd, that's wrong, April 2nd, 2020.
Are we at 78 or 79? Okay, we're gonna do 78. Is this the one we just did?
Are you aware of any type of newspaper article about the release of a police report, or is it the same answer?
Same answer.
All right, okay. I'd like to show you at 8:43 a.m. on Jackie Johnson's phone records. It's Miss Johnson's exhibit number 7. Do you see where Jackie Johnson at 8:43 a.m. is calling that number that you don't recognize, a 9025 number? You don't know whose that number that is?
No.
Okay. Were you ever given George E. Barnhill, the elected district attorney, to your knowledge, you ever given his records?
I received records for a Barnhill. It was just listed as George Barnhill, though.
You don't know whose they are?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, do you see the 8:43 a.m. call with Jackie Johnson's phone, the 6180, calling the number ending in 9025?
At 8:44, yes.
Okay. And no contact, is that fair to say, or 2 seconds?
Okay, y'all. Is it okay that I move on from her testimony? Because her testimony is super long. I did not know it was this long yesterday. Are you guys okay if I move on from this one? Because she's mighty long-winded on this. Is that okay, everybody? Is that okay? We'll come back to her another time. Please do. Okay, thank you, Bianca. I couldn't do it no more, y'all. I couldn't do her. I was like, okay, this is like getting a little bit. Okay, let's just go ahead and move on. I'm gonna go to the part where the judge is talking about that he's throwing out her case. Hold on, throwing out counts too. Hold on a second. I need to put my plug in my computer. It's going dead. Hold on, y'all. Sorry, guys. I gotta charge. All right, sorry. Yeah, her testimony is a little bit too long, y'all. It's like way out of here.
Jury out. Please do not discuss the case among.
Okay, that was a short one. That was a real short one. Hold on. Judge is letting the jury go home. This is the part we want to look at here. This is when the judge throws out the charges.
Yes, except I assume we should wait for Miss Johnson. Mr. Adams went to get
You assume correctly.
All right. This is the part where he throws out the count too.
You want to tell the judge he just says?
Glad to hear it.
No. All right.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Adams, Mr. Clark, Ms. Copeland, and Ms. Johnson, I would ask this honorable court to analyze under the standard that we've been taught to grant a directed verdict of acquittal on both count 1 as well as count 2 of this indictment. The directed verdict is under the same standard used for determining sufficiency of the evidence to support a conviction. Under that standard, the relevant evidence is whether, after viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution, any rational trier of fact could have found the essential elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. McLeod, MC, capital CLOUD versus State. 371 Georgia Appeal 480-2024. Your Honor, in this case, the grand jury has charged us with 2 counts. The first count is violation of oath of public officer. And in order to find that the state proved in the light most favorable to the evidence presented at trial, the essential elements of that count, they have to prove that Ms. Johnson did willfully and intentionally. Willfully is defined as one knows what she is doing is wrong, understands the law, and knows what she's doing is wrong against the law. That's the difference between willfully versus intentionally. Could be just, I intentionally carried cocaine. I didn't realize that possession of cocaine is a crime in the state of Georgia, but it doesn't matter. This is a willful crime. Here, as we discussed previously in count 1, I believe that the state has not met its violation of oath of office allegation for the following 3 reasons. First of all, the grand jury charged at its honor about February 23rd, 2020, Ms. Johnson willfully and intentionally violated the terms of her oath of office and then cited August 12th, 2010 oath of the district attorney. That's what was put in evidence. You heard testimony at trial. So this is beyond a general demurrer. I'm using testimony, Your Honor. Pete Skandalakis, I asked him questions. He's a sworn, elected and sworn district attorney for 25 years. He explained that each time he was elected, he would be resworn, that the oath of office ends on the January 1st of the following year after the election, and he gets sworn in. So I've given you already the case law, Kemp versus Gonzalez versus Kemp, excuse me, which the honorable court is aware of, where the court explains that a district attorney is just like your court, a judge. I'm confident every time that you were elected, you took a new oath, and that's the reason. It's constitutional provision. So here, as in the case I've given the court, I'm not going to belabor unless you want me to give them again, but
I know that I gave y'all till Wednesday, I think, to come up with some bullet points as far as your the original motion was.
I've given the honorable court the Olson case, OLSEN, the Powell case. They all say the same thing. It has to be the oath that is actually in effect at the time of the breach or violation of that oath. So I say that, first of all, that provision there alone, based upon the testimony, now I'm including the testimony that came out before the jury, and you take obviously knowledge of the law. Count 1, Ms. Johnson cannot be found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in the light most favorable to the prosecution. The prosecution did nothing to assert, rebut, challenge the testimony of Pete Skandalakis. It never came out from another witness about the oath. So that's one reason. The second reason, Your Honor, the grand jury charged that Ms. Johnson violated Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 30 of the Georgia Constitution. Paragraph 1, Section 1, Paragraph 1, Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 30 of the Georgia Constitution did not pass. It was voted in. It was an amendment to the Constitution until 2018. So there's no way that the oath, which already wiped out in 2010, could apply to a constitutional provision that wasn't even in effect for another 8 years, and that oath is again null. In addition to that, as the court knows, it's already in evidence, it's marked. Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 30 specifically states, and the cases, even in the 11th Circuit, nothing in Georgia, but the constitutional provision itself states that there's no cause of action. If there's no cause of action, how is it something that you can use a no cause of action to then loop it into a felony violation of oath of office? So I'd like you to consider that as well. In addition to that, you've heard the testimony of Pete Skandalakis again, and I went through with him the entire constitutional provision, and I went through with him the statute that it relates to. And none of it applies to the situation for Ms. Johnson. It is all about either court dates, scheduling, bond hearings, plea offers, sentencing, parole. This is not that situation. You heard from the Honorable Miss Cooper Jones, and she said, and everyone, I'm confident, agrees, she should have kept abreast of what's going on in the case. You also heard from Pete Skandalakis, he's never kept anybody, any family of a deceased, if they were deemed the aggressor, the perpetrator. You heard that right away, the day of the killing, Miss Wanda Cooper Jones got a call from Stephen Lowry, explained that her child, we know it's not true, but explaining to her that her child was in the course of a home invasion burglary and was killed. There's no arrest. So there is nothing to deal. That's a victim's rights bill that has no teeth because it says it shall not be a cause of action. And none of the provisions apply to Ms. Johnson, who left this case through the district attorneys of another jurisdiction to answer questions, and then later the attorney general appointed someone else. So that does not apply. That is the third reason. So I have the oath of office, the date, the constitutional provision wasn't even in law at the time of that date. And even if it was all the correct oath and it was all a constitutional provision that applies, none of those provisions apply to this circumstance. And then the last part of count one is, and I'm quoting from the indictment, after the shooting of Mr. Aubrey, Jackie said accused, but Jackie Johnson sought the assistance of Waycross Judicial Circuit District Attorney Georgie Barnhill, and after disqualifying her office, recommended DA Barnhill to the Attorney General's office for appointment as a case prosecutor without disclosing that said accused had previously sought the assistance of DA Barnhill on the case. So there's a couple of issues I'd like the court to consider factually. First of all, after the shooting of Vermont Aubrey, Ms. Johnson sought the assistance of Waycross Judicial Circuit Georgie Barnhill. You heard, Your Honor, from David McLaughlin. You heard from Pete Skandalakis. You heard from District Attorney Barnhill. It is a duty of a district attorney to answer questions of law enforcement. Jackie Johnson's also had a duty, do not get involved in the case, that she had an appearance of impropriety. This is not disqualification in interest. This is, she felt better about not being involved in the case. That's really not a legal conflict, but it's a conflict that's recognized by the Attorney General's office and even Pete Skandalakis' office to this day, although he said, quote, he pushes back sometimes, end quote. So there's nothing wrong with contacting Georgie Barnhill to ask him to speak with the police and answer their questions. Then it goes on to say in the indictment, after disqualifying her office, recommended DA Barnhill to the Attorney General's office for appointment. You heard from Ms. Crittenton. She never said that Jackie Johnson recommended DA Barnhill to the Attorney General's office for appointment. What she testified to was she called up Jackie Johnson and asked Jackie Johnson, tell me about this conflict. Jackie Johnson then said, it involves a former employee, and I've already asked, and District Attorney Barnhill has already agreed for the appointment. She said that was the entirety of the conversation. Jackie Johnson did not call Ms. Crittenton. There's letters. You have it here, both February, it's dated February 25th, 2020, but it's really emailed 9:19 in the morning of the 26th, Wednesday of February 2020. And Jackie Johnson never even mentioned District Attorney Barnhill. All she mentioned was
Man, this is what I get for not being there yesterday. Cause Lord have mercy, I keep getting up. Hold on a second, y'all. Lord Jesus, help me, Father. All right, it's these last two. So it's 93 and 94. All right, here we go. And the judge's going to make his decision. All right, here we go. 93.
we need another prosecutor to handle this matter. There's another email about 10:46 in the morning, the next day, which is Thursday, February 27, 2020, sent by Ms. Jackie Johnson to Ms. Crittenton. And that email is the same letter attached to it, except changes from David McLaughlin to Blair McGowan, and this time has Karen Crittenton copied on or CC'd on the email. And the attachment, again, does not recommend District Attorney Barnhill. So in the light most favorable to the prosecution, they cannot prove that Mr. Johnson ever recommended DA Barnhill to the Attorney General's office for appointment. Then it says, without disclosing that said accused had previously sought the assistance of DA Barnhill on the case. So I asked Peter Skandalakis, as well as David McLaughlin, where's that requirement that Jackie Johnson or any prosecutor has to divulge what they did on the case? And Pete Skandalakis said, there's nothing. There's nothing. In fact, he testified, Your Honor, that oftentimes he asks questions, since he's doing the appointments now for the state of Georgia through the director of the prosecutor's attorney council. Hey, tell me about this conflict. I want to know more information. And the prosecutor is conflicting out and says, I'm not answering those questions. And Pete Skandalakis said, there's nothing I can do. That's because you have the law, which has been shown to the jury, under conflicts. There's no time limit on it. You don't have to do it immediately. The general practice is reasonable amount of time. And B, it says nothing about divulge everything that you did on the case, who you spoke with, what was done. It's not there. We're not talking about some policy mistake here, ethics violation. We are talking about a willful, knowing, intentional violation of the oath. So based upon that, Your Honor, I ask the dishonorable court, for all the reasons, I believe that out of the chute, the grand jury did not charge a crime, but now I'm inserting the facts. Count one, respectfully, should be granted a verdict of acquittal. And then David McLaughlin said, I would have liked to have known this information. He was asked that twice by the Attorney General's office on direct examination. I asked him, and I said, okay, you would have wanted to known it, but how important is it to you? And he said, it just goes into the mix on who I'm going to appoint. I asked him specifically, is there anything illegal or wrong about not knowing that information, not being told? And he said, no, there's nothing illegal or wrong, but it's the better practice.
I believe you used that phrase several times, better practice.
So based upon legal reasons combined with factual reasons, Your Honor, I respectfully request this honorable court to grant the verdict of acquittal, count one. Going to count two, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is obstruction or hindering law enforcement officer, and count two specifically reads that on about February 28, 2020, Ms. Johnson did knowingly and willfully, it's the same standard, knowing and willful, it's not just intent, hinder Stephanie Oliver and Stefan Lowry, law enforcement officers with the Glenn County Police Department, in the lawful discharge of their official duties by directing that Travis McMichael should not be placed under arrest. There is, I believe, it's obviously, I could be wrong, but I hope I'm not wrong. There's not a scintilla of evidence that Ms. Johnson interfered or hindered or obstructed. So this is, and I've given this in part of the jury instructions. I'll give you to you now as well, the law. But an obstruction of an officer is stopping the officer from doing something. Hindering the law enforcement officer is something that's already being done and stopping the officer. So if the officer breaks into my home to search my home, and I pull out a gun and I repel those officers and they have a warrant, I stop them from doing their duties. They were going to search the home. They didn't want gunfire. They retracted. Here, you heard from Miss Wanda Cooper-Jones. She gets a call the day of her son's murder from Stefan Lowry, who explains to her that your son was involved in a killing. He was killed because he was breaking into her home. That's justifiable killing. That's the information she got. She hung up the phone believing, I'm not saying she believed, in fact, she knows her child would not do this, but she knew that law enforcement believed that her child was the perpetrator. There's no evidence that anyone was arresting Travis McMichael on or about February 23rd, 2020. In fact, the state hasn't even called Stefan Lowry. They did call Stephanie Oliver and objected when I asked her, with the court's permission, put up this indictment, and I asked her, tell the jurors what evidence, any evidence, to support the fact that you were stopped from arresting Travis McMichael by either Jackie Johnson or any member of her office. And Stephanie Oliver said, without contradiction, Your Honorable Court overruled that objection. And Stephanie Oliver, the witness, now assistant chief, testified to the jury, I never even spoke with Jackie Johnson, and her co-workers never stopped us from arresting anyone. I asked her, can you explain this count? And she said, no. She said the same thing previously to the GBI, the gentleman sitting right here. All this evidence flowed into this courtroom. In addition to that, you heard from Rocky Bridges. He spoke with Stephanie Oliver on the 23rd day of February 2020. And he said, no one was ever arresting. It was all self-defense. The police are saying it's self-defense. Nobody were talking about, we're going to have to let this person go because of you. And he never gave that impression. And he stated, I never spoke with Jackie Johnson. She never indicated don't make an arrest. Your Honor, based upon that law and fact, I ask the court to please consider and then direct that a motion to direct the verdict is granted. For obstruction of an officer, the state must prove, Your Honor, this is 1610-24A, that Ms. Johnson knowingly and willfully, that's the first element, obstructed or hindered. That means that there was something going on. It wasn't just a question. It was actually, we were going to arrest Mr. McMichael, and we stopped it because of Jackie Johnson. Third is that a law enforcement officer, which they satisfied that element. And then fourth, in the lawful discharge of his or her duties, Your Honor, based upon this case, these facts, I ask you to respectfully to grant the motion for directed verdict of acquittal on count two. In addition to that, finally, the testimony came out even from Jesse Evans, this last witness, from Stephanie Oliver, from Pete Scandalakis, from David McLaughlin. The people who have arrest powers are the police. There's no evidence that there was a warrant written up, a judge was being sought after, a judge was stopped from signing the arrest warrant for Travis McMichael, that the police did any type of note to say we were going to arrest Travis McMichael, but we didn't arrest because Jackie Johnson put undue influence on us. There's nothing here. I'd ask for both counts to be a verdict of acquittal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Good afternoon again, Judge, and thank you. Counsel's right about one thing, and that is that we have to view the evidence in a light most favorable to the non-moving party, which of course is the state. So what does that mean? It means that every single fact that came before the court that is inculpatory of the defendant must be assumed to be its worst. And at the same time, every fact that exculpates the defendant must be set aside. In addition to that, there is the jury charge that every person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of their actions. That means that we take the actions of the defendant, the actions of others, and based in looking at through a lens of viewing the evidence in a light most favorable to the state, we must assume at this point in the juncture that everything that the defendant did was for nefarious or criminal purposes. In addition to that, there is the jury charge on inferences, which goes along with that as well. That when there is circumstantial evidence, the fact finder may take certain inferences from the evidence, and viewing that in the light most favorable to the state, those inferences must be held against the defendant as well. Going to count one of the indictment. I believe counsel made 4 arguments when it came to count one of the indictment. The first one is regarding the oath, when he kind of covers again the demurrer argument about the 2010 versus the 2020 oath. There is a case out there. It's Bradley versus the state. It's 292 Georgia Appeals 737. In Bradley, we had the exact same situation that we have here. It was sufficient that an oath taken and signed by the defendant was admitted. The language of the oath matched that was alleged in the indictment, and the warden defendant was a correctional officer, testified that all correctional officers were required to take that oath, and that was sufficient. In terms of sufficiency of the evidence. That's not talking about demurrer, that's talking about sufficiency of the evidence. Counsel cited previously to the Jowers case and his demurrer argument, which is effectively the same argument that it is here. But Jowers is different. And Jowers is different because the state failed to meet its burden because while it had alleged the terms of the oath violated, the only evidence presented at the trial about the actual oath taken was testimony of the sheriff who administered the oath. It didn't specify the terms of the oath. So Jowers is different. And Bradley is right on point. With Bradley on point, the defendant's argument as to the first point fails. Second, the constitutional argument, he attempts to bootstrap that in by kind of setting aside Pete Scandalakis' testimony that the oath is the same. And that is critical, that Pete Scandalakis testified that the oath is the same. It has been the same as far as he can remember. And since the oath is the same, that means the defendant took the same oath, and thereby, since she took the same oath, the Constitution still applies. As counsel indicated, that part of the Constitution was enacted in 2018 or 2009, I believe 2019. And this crime is alleged to have committed in 2020. As a result, it applied at that time. Viewing the evidence in a light most favorable to the state at this point, that argument fails as well. As to the allegations of the victim, 2 responses there. 1, we had testimony from George Barnhill that Ahmaud Arbery was a victim from day 1. He said that on the witness stand. Testimony of a single witness is, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. He said that on day 1, he would be the victim. In addition to that, there were the notes that came through Tracker that also listed them as the victim. And as a result, they are. I know the counsel said that that the 5 provisions didn't apply, but we didn't cite to the 5 provisions in the indictment. When he talks about court proceedings and all of that sort of stuff. The court proceedings are not what we alleged here. It's the sentence before that we alleged to be the crime here and the violation of the constitutional duty. We didn't allege that the court proceedings were violated. And if you take a look at it as a whole, that's not required. Finally, I believe counsel argued that there was no evidence that the defendant said that she had not disclosed it. She actually said it herself in the recording that we played. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. She actually said, I never called the Attorney General's office. Even by the defendant's own words, that argument fails. In addition to that, Karen Crittenden testified to it as well. That's 2 people. And so that argument finally fails as we view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. As to count 2 of the indictment, I think the word is hinder that is listed in there. Of course, this court knows the and or argument, the conjunctive and conjunctive and I can't remember the other word I'm looking for there. But nevertheless, I'll leave count 2 up to the
Conjunctive and alternative.
Pardon me?
Alternative.
That's the word I'm looking for, Judge, alternative. And I'll leave that into the discretion of the court.
I have given the state, and you gave me the site for some, is Bradley versus State. Bradley versus State, Mr. Fowler?
It is, Judge.
Is that what you said? I'll need to take a look at that. Count 2, I think count 2 fails. There is not one scintilla of evidence that I've heard that would authorize a verdict on that count, so I'm going to grant the motion as to that. For the moment, I'm going to deny the motion as to count 1, but I still want those bullet point briefs. And when I say briefs, I don't mean a long brief. I mean something very short, citing your position with regard to those, to the 2010 oath that she took and that's alleged. Okay? 1's denied, 2's granted.
Can I just, for the court, when you read the Bradley case, can I just point one thing out?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd be glad for you to point either of you to point anything out.
It's Bradley versus State. Again, it's 292 Georgia Appeal, 737 to 2008 decision, Your Honor. And
292, 737. Did I write that down right?
Correct. Georgia
Okay.
Appeal.
Yeah.
And the big difference is a police officer, as I asked Mr. Skandalakis, takes 1 oath. They're not termed. They're not 4 years. That's the difference.
1 oath to cover his career, huh?
Yes. Law enforcement could be 50 years.
Okay.
1 oath.
I'll take a look at it.
May I be heard on that really quick? That is a demurrer issue, not a sufficiency issue. And I know counsel likes to conflate those 2 things, but those are obviously 2 very different things. And that I will just leave it.
Judges like to conflate those things too. What bothers me about the oath thing, you know, the oath might be the direct, exact same thing. I can tear 2 pieces of paper off of this. They look exactly alike. They can't occupy the same space. And if I run one through a shredder, and I'm asked to write my name on it, I can't do it. That's a very far out analogy, I know, but that's kind of the way I have to think of things. But get me something from you. All right, 1's denied, 2's granted. You have any witnesses today, or do you need to take a break?
So, and I apologize. I have Dr. Murphy. He would have gone to count 2, though. You heard his name on the last recording that he made a statement. He would testify. He wants to testify that that was a total misstatement. It's not true that the AJC reported that he said that Jackie Johnson stopped the arrest, but there's no reason to call him. And then,
no, I don't see any reason to.
And then we have another witness here who is Mr. Roberts, Caitlin Roberts. She was at the scene, immediately tells Travis McMichael, she is asked by Greg McMichael on video and body camera whether the police are going to put handcuffs on his son right after Greg McMichael explained that he used to work with the Glenn County Police Department and he had with him at that moment his Glenn County Police Department issued revolver. And then Ms. Roberts said to Greg McMichael on the body camera. Why would we put handcuffs on your child? So there's no reason to call her. The problem I have now is I thought that those witnesses would be okay for today, so I don't have witnesses. But J. Tom Morgan is coming. Judge Vic Reynolds is coming. Can I look at my notes for a second?
Okay, guys, I'm going to end this one.
Liberty Stewart, we will call, Your Honor. Hayward Altman is coming, Your Honor, for count 1. We will no longer have to call Michelle McIntyre. I will call her off. We will no longer have to call Tammy Warlock. She was in the tracker system, so I have to reshuffle this. The Honorable Judge Stephen Kelly will be available tomorrow, Your Honor. Wayne Neal on the County Commission, Vice President.
Okay, guys, I'm going to end this because he's just giving the judge account of who he's calling tomorrow. Hold on a second. Let me just go ahead on and get this Jackie Johnson's testimony up because seems like that's what you guys want. Hold on a second. Let's get Jackie Johnson's testimony up.
From the DA's office. He said, please call him day or night when you get.
Is there any time limit to call from the day before of Greg McMichael? Is
Now, folks, I know what you had for lunch. I do not know how much you had for lunch. But you remember when I told you if you have a problem listening to a witness?
About a week later, Jay became the April 2nd.
Okay, guys, listen. The camera guy seemed like he didn't have the camera. The only thing I have is the audio. I don't have the video, so I'm gonna have to ask him tomorrow for the video. But I'm gonna go ahead and play the audio because it seemed like he didn't have the visual on. Hold on a second, guys. This sucks, but this is what happened. Y'all can hear her testimony. It sucks, but that's what it is.
Paul. That was the only communication I had.
Hold on, y'all. There it goes.
No, violation of the 2000. How you do that?
That's how the terrible camera is. I don't know what it did, but this is what it looked like.
How are you?
Y'all can see it's terrible, right? Terrible top. It is what it is. You said something happened, but it is what it is.
All right. Here in Fort Wayne County, Dallas, second young with Dr. Turner presiding.
Y'all can take your seats. Thank you. We ready for the jury?
Stage ready, Judge.
Steele, you ready?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. And yes, Your Honor.
Bring him in.
All right, the jury.
Guys, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
Earlier, and it's the same, isn't it?
It is.
And how? Term. Okay. Your opinion, if you know what I mean by that.
I know I know what you're talking about.
The reason you wouldn't.
Yes, I saw where he called my.
Yeah, it's not me. It's the camera guy, okay? It's not me. I hope it's good enough for you guys to watch.
Sure.
Jackie Johnson.
Do we need to take something else?
Hello?
All right, you're. All right, let the rest of short conversation. I know that you have been lawyers for several years, and you're practicing this attorney. You know the things that I will ask. You understand that you have no obligation to take a stand and testify in this case. And you understand that I will instruct the jury if you do not take a stand and testify, that they are not held against you. Remain in charge. Follow the oath of office. Which carries the maximum penalty of up to 2 years. You understand? And you understand as well that you will be subject to cross-examination just as any other witness would be by the state, correct? You've had a chance to consult with your lawyer with regard to whether it would be advisable for you to stand or not. But the decision is totally yours. You understand that, correct? After consultation with your lawyer, is it your decision to take the stand and testify? Yes. Any further need to question the witness? Anybody? No. Bring the jury back in. We're going to try to let you back well. All rise for the jury. right hand. The evidence you give is foreign or affirmative truth.
You could then start your name for this honorable court.
Jacqueline, Jacquelyn, Lee, Lee, Johnson, Johnson.
And where were you born?
I was born in Alma, Alma, ALM.
And where did you go to be educated?
I graduated from Bacon County High School. Got about 90 in my graduating class. I went to the University of Georgia where I majored in finance and went on to law school at the University of Georgia. I graduated in 1997.
And are you a member of the Georgia Bar?
Yes,
And what year did you become a member of the Georgia Bar?
1997.
And after graduating law school, can you just tell the jurors briefly what your career path took?
I went back home to my home circuit, which is Bacon County, which includes the Waycross circuit. There are 6 counties in that circuit, and there were 3 Superior Court judges at the time. Judge Blunt was the chief judge, and I started working for the judges as a law clerk in that circuit.
How long did you do that?
I did it about a year, and a job opportunity came open with Rick Curry, who was the district attorney at the time, who I knew. I didn't know Stephen Kelly, but the 2 district attorneys had a joint prosecutor that they were hiring to do drug cases in Appling, Jeff Davis, and Coffee counties. Coffee County being in that circuit, and Appling and Jeff Davis being in the circuit, and I took that position, and that was in 1998.
And the jurors have heard the name, but who was Rick Curry's position at that time?
Rick Curry was the district attorney. He continued to be the district attorney in the Waycross circuit, I believe, until 12 or 14. George Barnhill was the chief assistant in that circuit and actually took his place after he left in 2014, I believe. George Barnhill's son actually came to work for me. I was district attorney before George Barnhill Sr. was, and his son actually came to work for my office while Rick Curry was still the DA over there.
And is that the same George Barnhill, the elected district attorney who testified before this jury?
Yes.
Is that the same George Barnhill, the son, who worked for you, who testified before this jury?
Yes.
I want to ask you, was there a time that you went from assistant district attorney to district attorney?
Stephen had an opening in the Brunswick office down here, and I took that job in 2000, working for Stephen Kelly. And Stephen, pretty early on, started including me on a lot of his major cases, a lot of his major trials. And so I started getting a lot of experience. We would have cases all over the circuit, and I really looked up to him as a mentor, and he relied on me a lot. So I started doing a lot of trial work throughout the circuit. So I was in the Brunswick office for 6 years. And in 2006, Stephen put me in the Camden County office, which is one county south of here. And I was running that office until 2010.
And what happened in 2010?
In 2010, Judge Kelly, Stephen was appointed judge, and that left a vacancy in the district attorney's office. I was appointed in 2010 by Governor Perdue.
Okay. When you were appointed in 2010, did you take what the jurors know to be the district attorney's oath?
Yes, I was sworn in actually in the jury assembly room, which is the big room right across the way. Judge Williams was the chief judge at the time. She swore me in, and there were a lot of people there. It's like Judge Kelly said, you have a lot of people when you're first sworn in.
And is that the oath that is now entered and the jurors will have? That is a certified copy of your oath taken on August 12th, 2010.
Yes, that was the first oath I took in 2010.
Did you take any other oaths after that for district attorney?
Yes, that oath was for the unexpired.
Sorry, guys. She looks terrible in this camera here. I got to try to get a better viewing because this guy camera sucks. Looks terrible. Sorry, y'all.
Of Stephen Kelly. There was a special election. I did not have any opposition in the special election. So I served out that unexpired term. In 2012, I ran for district attorney on the Republican primary, and I had opposition, and was reelected in 2012. So The new term started in 2013.
You take an oath?
Yes,
Same oath?
same oath. I took that oath and every subsequent.
Hold on a second, y'all. Sorry. I don't like the way she look. Hold on a second. Look. It looks terrible. I don't know what he did today, but let's see if it gets better. Let's hold on.
As a district attorney, and was already, I know, burglary that we come across. Understand that. But I guess my question is, you've taken a look at what is required when it comes to what is a voluntary recusal versus an.
I don't know why it's not doing that right.
The state. Same. I mean, but now.
Stephen had.
Statement is true or not,
Exactly.
whether it was.
Hold on, y'all. Sorry. I'm trying to get this to work a little bit better.
You got to take a new oath.
I taught third in my class there. And I went to, I could have gone to any law school in the country, but I decided to go there because they actually paid everything for me on academic scholarships. So it was an easy choice. Got out of law school, went back to Folkestone, opened up a practice because that was what I intended to do. Practiced law there for a few years. Interestingly, I'm related to about 70% of the people in Talmadge County. So nobody really wanted to pay, okay? But then I proceeded, so also met my wife there, Kathy. She was from Camden County. Little side story there, I met her on 7/4/77. Had our first date on 7/7/77. And we were engaged on 7/11. 77.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I could download it on my backup and see if it works better there. Because he gave me this clipping to make sure, because he realized it was messing up. So I may have to get it back from him, the real copy.
Decided to go over to DA's office.
But
I
I
was a
just want to see
prosecutor for
something.
30+ years. I was a district attorney for 12 years. I was a certified by the
Just
state of
hold on, it
Georgia as
says
a
11
certified
minutes for
child
the
abuse
download. Just hold on a
investigator.
second.
Child abuse, I lectured in child abuse investigations and trials. I also became certified and taught in Forsyth, Georgia, in vehicular homicides. I also was certified by the National District Attorneys Association, was asked by them to give instructions in the cases of murder investigations and murder trials. That was back when they had the school in Columbia, South Carolina. I was elected district attorney. I have had over 200, according to my office, over 200 trials, over 70+ murder case trials. I was district attorney of the year in 2017. I was on the control board for the East Georgia Drug Task Force, which covers this county and about 30 counties in southeast Georgia, including Ware, Emmanuel, all those. I was chairman of the control board for 12 years on that. I was on the prosecuting attorney's council for at least one term. I may have been on there as 4 years. That's the governing board for the prosecutors across the state of Georgia. I may have filled 2 years of another person's term when they retired, but I'm not sure about that. But I know I was on there for 4 years on the governing board. I testified many times in the Georgia General Assembly as far as legislative processes. Okay, Bob, I was president of every, because I had kids, I was president of every PTO organization we have all the way through from elementary to high school, as well as the athletic clubs and everything like this. So that's about it, I guess, unless I forgot something. I've been involved in a lot of stuff, in other words.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
The issue before this jury that we'd like to discuss, or I'd like to discuss with you, has to deal with recusals.
Sure, no problem.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Mhm.
All right. Have you ever, in your vast experience, have you ever had to either do a case where another district attorney was conflicted from the case, whether it's voluntary conflict or an actual conflict?
Yeah, I've done both. I mean, I've actually conflicted cases out and actually handled cases. I primarily, when I handled those cases for others, I handled a lot of cases for the Bullitt County DA, that's Richard Mallard. He would call me up, ask me if I could handle a case, and then he would get me appointed then he would call the Attorney General's office and get me appointed to it. But he would go ahead and ask me to start checking into it at that point. I handle, if I had a conflict case, I would call Richard. It's common practice, or the actual correct procedure, for them to get the adjoining circuits. I did a lot for Ashley Wright in the Richmond County circuit, which now has 2 circuits. That would be Richmond County and Columbia County. I did some for Columbia County. I did some for Fred Bright up in the Baldwin Middlesville circuit. Did some for Tim Bond, which also is another circuit, another DA close by, basically adjoining my circuit. Did a whole lot for the Dublin circuit, but that's just a common procedure. Yeah, I've done plenty of it.
So you mentioned, sir, that at times you would be asked by the neighboring district attorney who stated that they were going to recuse from a case. They tell you about the case. Is that true?
They would tell me a little bit about it, but not a whole lot. Just let me know what was going on.
Okay. And then you may begin work on that case. Is that what you said to the jury?
I would begin working on that case immediately. I won't say immediately. Depending on if I was in the middle of a trial or something else going on, maybe a couple of days. It all depends on the circumstances that we're dealing with.
And then later, you said to the jurors that that district attorney would notify the attorney general and you would get an appointment.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I would get a call from David and Gotham a lot of times, or somebody else up there, and they would actually ask me if I would be interested in taking the case, or if they'd heard that Richard or Craig or somebody had already contacted me about it, and they would ask me if I was interested in taking the case. Or sometimes they didn't even mention that part of it. They would just ask me about it.
Okay. And when you say Richard or Craig, you're talking about
Craig Frazier was the district attorney in the Dublin Circuit. Ashley Wright was the district attorney in the Richmond County Circuit. Richard Mallard was over in Statesboro, and Tim Vaughn was over in Eastman.
Okay. So now, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, what is illegal? What is a violation of your oath by getting a call from Mr. Vaughn, District Attorney Vaughn, saying, I'm going to remove myself from this matter, you beginning immediately on that matter, and then later, Mr. Vaughn tells the Attorney General's office that he's conflicting out on the case, and you get a call, you're going to do this case, and you said yes. What's wrong with that?
Objection. Ask the witness to conclude the ultimate issue that is before.
I'll sustain the objection to the question as phrased.
All right, let me rephrase it. In your experience, have you begun work for a district attorney that said that they need help, they were not going to do the matter, they were going to conflict off the matter? Would you do that work before being appointed by the Attorney General?
All depends on the circumstance of the case. The answer is sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay, let's do this. There is allegedly, I'm not saying these are the facts, these are the purported facts at the time, okay? There is a person who enters a home. He's a burglary in progress. The burglar confronts the neighbor who's there. There's a struggle over a gun. The burglar is shot and, God forbid, killed. The person doing the shooting is the son of a former employee of Jackie Johnson's office. She's the elected district attorney. The police have some questions. They have a video that they want the district attorney to watch, and they have other questions that they want the district attorney to answer, so the prosecutor to answer. In that situation, understanding those facts, what is wrong with the district attorney, the Jackie Johnsons of the world, saying, I don't want to be involved in this matter because it involves a son of a former employee, but I will call the neighboring district attorney, George Barnhill, and ask him to answer police questions?
It would be her duty to do that.
Okay.
In fact, in those circumstances, if it's just the way you described it, the officers needed some answer to a question. And you can't leave officers out there abandoned. If you recognize, and if there is a conflict, if you recognize there's a conflict, then it would be your duty at that point in time to contact somebody immediately, because the officers, you can't just leave them standing out there on the side of the road or wherever.
Now, even if, understanding all those facts, does your position change, your answer under oath change if the Attorney General did not authorize George Barnhill in our situation to come over and answer the police officer's question?
I don't quite understand your question, but I think I would say no, it would not change I would expect the DA that has a situation where they were disqualified or they felt they were disqualified. And once the DA is disqualified, everybody in his office is disqualified, okay? Everybody. So once he's been disqualified, or he or she's been disqualified, then whether you get a point or not, if she answers the questions for the officers, then she's actually really done something that she shouldn't do at that point in time. But if she gets somebody else from an adjoining circuit or from anywhere that's a qualified prosecutor to come in, then she's done her duty. He or she has done her duty.
Even without the Attorney General's?
Without anybody.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the jurors, if you have this experience, the difference of practicing in Metro Atlanta area, let's say as a district attorney versus South Georgia and North Georgia?
Well, okay, in rural areas, we don't have the luxury of having lots of prosecutors or lots of DAs around or whatever like this. So you're primarily in these cases, and even the Attorney General's office, and I think now the Prosecuting Attorney's Council handles the conflict. They look to the adjoining counties to handle those. They expect us to call those folks, or did back then anyway. Because we try to trade out. If you do one for me, I'll do one for you. I actually did probably more for everybody else than they did for me because I didn't conflict myself out a whole lot. But at that point in time, that's what you were expected to be able to answer those questions for officers or handle cases like this. In the metropolitan area, they might have complete access to the Attorney General's office. They may actually know where the person lives. In our circuit, we don't. You know, in the rural circuits, you don't. They have a lot of rules that apply to metropolitan areas that don't work. In the big city, that doesn't work in the small towns. Okay.
What is wrong with the police? They want some questions to be discussed. They want a video to be watched. What is wrong with the police having a prosecutor from another neighboring circuit, doesn't have a conflict, meeting with that person?
No problem. I actually used to get phone calls from prosecutors and from judges and from defense attorneys asking my opinion about certain things that I had nothing to do with and were not conflicted. They would ask. I had one example of a judge, a defense attorney, and a prosecutor call me from the judge's office because they were trying to decide what was the appropriate sentence for a child molester, and they knew that I was an expert in that particular area. So they called me and asked me what my recommendation was, and that's the recommendation they all made when they went back in the courtroom.
Was that outside of your circuit?
Way outside my circuit. Fulton County's done the same thing. They would call and ask my opinion about certain cases.
Is there anything wrong with that?
No, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Is there anything wrong with a district attorney who recognized that she has an appearance of impropriety? So not an actual conflict, but, you know, uncomfortable. She was going to remove her office from the matter. What's wrong with her calling the neighboring district attorney saying, please have questions on this matter? Would you answer them for them?
There's a two-part answer here. First off, any attorney has to decide whether there's a conflict. Any attorney, whether it's a defense attorney, whether it's a attorney closing a loan or anything like this, it's up to that attorney to make that decision. It's not up to the judge or up to anybody else. They have to make that decision. And each attorney may look at it differently. Some may be more aggressive and don't conflict out hardly at all. Or some people may be conflict a lot of cases out. But it's up to them. If you go back and repeat the question for me, I'll get to the second part.
Sure.
All right, hold on a second, y'all. Let me try it again. Lord have mercy, I tell you. Let's see what happens. Let's put it back in again. Let's see what happens, y'all. Let's see what happens.
You don't have it to show the jury? No, court. If you look at. You are saying that there's
I think that the disc must be damaged. Hold on a second, y'all. All right, we just gonna have to listen to this one.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, y'all. I don't know what's going on, but this thing is not working too well. I won't be able to see her face crying, but
To Georgia Law School in 1986, June of 1986. From there, I took a job as an assistant district attorney under the district attorney at Glenn Thomas Jr. here in the Brunswick Judicial Circuit, again, which is Camden, Glenn, Wayne, Appling, and Jeff Davis counties. I worked as an assistant district attorney under Glenn Thomas Jr. till
we heard this.
I ran for district attorney in 1996. I was elected and then took oath of office as district attorney in 97. I was the district attorney for this judicial circuit for 13 and a half years. And then July 1 of 2000, I was actually appointed in 2009 by Governor Perdue to be on the Superior Court bench. But because of financial issues with the state, they delayed the actual swearing in until July 1 of 2010, which I assumed the role as the 5th Superior Court judge here for the circuit. And I've remained ever since.
Can you, and thank you for your service on behalf of everyone. Can you do me a favor?
We just
And
heard this.
while a prosecutor, can you explain to the jurors what type?
Amendment that took place and
Why the video's not showing now? Now it's not showing at all.
Just let us know that, okay? Don't be uncomfortable. All right, call your next witness.
Hayward Altman.
Maybe appropriate, maybe necessary. Raise your right hand for me, please. The evidence you'll give is sworn or affirmed to be the truth, so help you God.
Okay, yeah, hold on a second. I gotta do something with this because this is not good. Hold on a second. 1 second, y'all. 1 second. Sorry about that. I gotta fix this because it was showing a little bit. Now it's not showing at all like it first started. I'm gonna talk about OMG. Hold on a second, y'all. I don't know what's going on. Just 1 second. Hold on. I'm not a computer tech, y'all. Just know that I'm not.
You may display my approach.
it leaves a voicemail for Fred Bright.
Hold on, y'all. I think I got it. Hold on. I just saw it a minute ago. Just 1 second, guys. I'm trying to fix this. I'm gonna put y'all on my phone and then reboot my computer. Sorry, guys. I got to reboot my computer. I don't know what's going on. I'll put y'all on my phone right now. Then reboot my computer. Okay, I'm trying to reboot. I'm rebooting my computer, and we'll see what happens. Okay, my apologies, y'all. I'm gonna reboot this computer. Sometime if you just go out and come back in, it might do better. Just we can talk right now, and then we come back. Cause something's going up. Something's up. Cause it was working. Computer's probably tired. Okay, I'm gonna turn it off. Short intermission. You know what? Let's play our intermission music. Hold on a second. While I reboot. Let's play the birthday song for the birthday people.
February babies are extra special because they bring even more light to this time of year. Happy birthday to February babies who make the winter months a little brighter. May your day be filled with love and joy. Forget the past, look forward to the future, for the best things are yet to come. Birthdays are a new start, a fresh beginning, and a time to pursue new endeavors with new goals. Move forward with confidence and courage. You are a very special people. May today and all of your days be amazing. Happy birthday, February 5th, Keith Williams. February
February, love babies, God bless you. Happy birthday, February 5th, Keith Williams. February 12th, Ruth Parks and Tammy Pace Johnson. February 15th, Haley. February 17th, Steph LeBall 217. February 19th, Mrs. Naturally Always. February 20th, infamous Sylvia and Kate Bumpus Johnson. February 26th, Jenny Wynn Jewel. February 27th, Serena Fearing and Bougie Pisces. February, love babies, God.
All right, guys. We're gonna play what we have without the video. I don't know why. I'm not playing the video. I don't know what's going on. So we're gonna go ahead on and play what we got. It's always something. It's always something. It's always something. I can't tell y'all what the problem is, but I'm gonna just play the audio part. Y'all just go ahead and listen. I wanted you guys to see her facial expression when she cried, but I'm gonna put the picture up of her crying. I do have that picture.
Yeah, okay. And what also happened that day is that you came to find out
Appling, Jeff Davis, and Coffee counties. Coffee County being in that circuit, and Appling and Jeff Davis being in the circuit, and I took that position, and that was in 1998.
And the jurors have heard the name, but who was Rick Curry's position at that time?
Rick Curry was the district attorney. He continued to be the district attorney in the Waycross circuit, I believe, until 12 or 14. George Barnhill was the chief assistant in that circuit and actually took his place after he left in 2014, I believe. George Barnhill's son actually came to work for me. I was district attorney before George Barnhill Sr. was, and his son actually came to work for my office while Rick Curry was still the DA over there.
And is that the same George Barnhill, the elected district attorney who testified before this jury?
Yes.
Is that the same George Barnhill, the son who worked for you, who testified before this jury?
Yes.
I want to ask you, was there a time that you went from assistant district attorney to district attorney?
Stephen had an opening in the Brunswick office down here, and I took that job in 2000, working for Stephen Kelly. And Stephen, pretty early on, started including me on a lot of his major cases, a lot of his major trials. And so I started getting a lot of experience. We would have cases all over the circuit, and I really looked up to him as a mentor, and he relied on me a lot. So I started doing a lot of trial work throughout the circuit. So I was in the Brunswick office for 6 years. And in 2006, Stephen put me in the Camden County office, which is one county south of here. And I was running that office until 2010.
And what happened in 2010?
In 2010, Judge Kelly, Stephen was appointed judge, and that left a vacancy in the district attorney's office. And I was appointed in 2010 by Governor Perdue.
Okay. When you were appointed in 2010, did you take what the jurors know to be the district attorney's oath?
Yes, I was sworn in actually in the jury assembly room, which is the big room right across the way. Judge Williams was the chief judge at the time. She swore me in, and there were a lot of people there. It's like Judge Kelly said, you have a lot of people when you're first sworn in.
And is that the oath that is now entered and the jurors will have? That is a certified copy of your oath taken on August 12th, 2010.
Yes, that was the first oath I took in 2010.
Did you take any other oaths after that for district attorney?
Yes, that oath was for the unexpired term of Stephen Kelly. There was a special election. I did not have any opposition in the special election. So I served out that unexpired term. In 2012, I ran for district attorney on the Republican primary, and I had opposition, and was reelected in 2012. So the new term started in 2013.
You take an oath?
Yes.
Same oath?
Same oath. I took that oath, and every subsequent oath that we took I lived in Camden County, which is Woodbine, and I was very close to the Camden County Courthouse. The probate judge was a friend of mine, and he swore me in end of 2012 for the 2013 beginning term.
And how about the next term of court after the 4 years that oath expired? Were you reelected?
In 2016, I was unopposed in both the primary and the general election, and was reelected in 2016. And in December of 2016, I took a new oath for the new term. Also took that at the probate court in Camden County.
Okay. So the oath that is in this indictment and the oath that's going to go out with the jurors, that oath had expired previously?
Yes.
You took two other oaths. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. I want to talk with you about the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. Okay. Do you remember the date that occurred?
Yes.
Tell the jurors.
It was February the 23rd, which is my mom's birthday.
Of what year?
It was 2020, and that was the last year I was in office.
And what day of the week, if you remember?
It was a Sunday.
Okay. Now, on Sunday, February 23rd of 2020, did you receive a voice message or a call from Greg McMichael?
Yes, I saw where he called my phone, but I didn't answer the phone. It left a voicemail.
And was Greg McMichael a current employee
No.
of yours at that time?
He was not.
All right. When did he leave your office or the office of district attorney?
He had been a county employee for a long time. He left, I believe, around May, June of 2019.
So he was gone approximately 9 months?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you learn anything that day about his son being involved in a death shooting? Tell the jurors what you were told and by whom.
After I did not answer the phone call from Greg McMichael, I got a call from Bill Darris. Bill Darris was the chief investigator at the time in the district attorney's office. I only had two. I had Bill Darris and I had David Moore. And Bill and I had been working pretty extensively on a case that was going to start the following day. So I assumed it was something regarding the case we were about to present the following day. So I took the call from Bill.
Okay. With regards to learning that information, did you call Greg McMichael, seeing that he already?
No, based on the phone call with Bill, I knew there had been a shooting incident, and I told him, and he agreed, we cannot be involved in that. I was passing it along, is what he told me, and I said, okay. He also told me that he had told Greg McMichael to cooperate with the police, and that was the extent of our conversation. I talked to Bill Darris later that night, but it was on other matters.
Did you go to the scene of where Ahmaud Arbery was murdered?
No.
Did you send somebody to the scene to assist Greg McMichael or his son?
No.
Did you do anything to affect or infect that investigation by the Glenn County Police Department?
No.
Okay. Now, did you learn at some point that law enforcement officers had a video to watch and had some questions about the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes.
And did you answer those questions, or did you have one of your assistants answer those questions?
I was contacted later that afternoon, that Sunday afternoon. I saw that I had missed some calls from Liberty Stewart and Rocky Bridges, and so I returned those calls. And I found out at that time that the police believed they had a home invasion burglary, and in the course of that burglary, there had been a struggle with Greg McMichael's son over a shotgun. He had confronted the burglar and had ended up killing the burglar. And I knew that based on conversations I had from assistants later that afternoon. And that was the extent of what I knew at that time. The reason I was called is the police had originally reached out to Liberty Stewart. She was actually an assistant DA here in Glenn County. And so I told her, of course, we could not go and give the police any advice. They were requesting us to come and look at some evidence. And I believe both she and Rocky had essentially told them the same thing, that we could not be involved because of who it was.
Did you do anything to have the police meet with another prosecutor outside your office? And if yes, what'd you do?
Yes. I felt like based on the fact that someone was dead, it was fairly serious and we could not help them, that I needed to do something to try to get them some help. It was a Sunday. I contacted, or I attempted to call George Barnhill, the district attorney in the Waycross circuit. I had a cell phone number for him. I had a cell phone number for Tom Durden as well. He was the district attorney one circuit up in the Atlantic circuit. But it was a good bit further away, where Tom was in Hinesville. George's main office was over in Waycross, which was the closest to us. I attempted to call George, and of course I couldn't get him. It was a Sunday, of course. So after I couldn't get him, I called his son, who works in my office, and told him I was trying to get a hold of his dad and to see if he could get in touch with him for me.
Did you make arrangements with George Barnhill, and did he agree to meet with the police and answer their questions?
Yes, George called me back. George, the district attorney, called me back later that afternoon. It was, I want to say, maybe close to 6 o'clock before I ever talked to him. And we discussed the fact that he and an assistant were going to be in court the following day in Brantley County. Brantley County, I think, as most of you know, is the county closest to us, one county west of here. And that depending on what time they finished with court, he would see if they could come over and meet with the police.
Okay. And at that time, did you believe that you had a duty to have the police officers' questions answered?
Yes.
All right. Even though you were not going to handle the case?
Correct.
And that's why you called the neighboring district attorney?
Correct.
Now, the next day, which is February 24th, it's a Monday, 2020.
Yes.
What was going on in this courthouse when you were the district attorney on that date? What were you focused on?
We started a grand jury proceeding on 4 Glenn County police officers. One was the chief at the time. 2 were captains in the police department. This had been an ongoing investigation that the GBI had started from the previous year. I was not presenting the case. We had 3 attorneys out of my office, one being the Clayton district attorney that I had brought in as a special assistant district attorney on it, and 2 additional attorneys were down here in the courtroom. When you have a grand jury on a police officer, you have to give them notice of the indictment in advance. So they have a right to come to the grand jury, and they also have a right to have their attorneys present with them at the grand jury. So it really is kind of like a small trial. We were starting that Monday. And I was upstairs. The district attorney's office was directly above this courtroom. We were having the grand jury in this courtroom. And I was upstairs in my office coordinating the witnesses for the grand jury and sending them down here as the lawyers needed that.
Okay. Now, from those officers, whomever they are, the witnesses, Glenn County Police Department, did you overhear anybody talking about Greg McMichael's son's situation?
There's a break room in the district attorney's office upstairs where usually witnesses, most often it's police officers, sit and wait until they come downstairs to testify in court. And I overheard officers talking that day, and I overheard them saying that Travis McMichael...
Calls for hearsay.
Effect on the listener, Your Honor.
Pardon?
Effect on the listener, not on...
Well, effect on the listener, and the issue is not whether the statement is true or not.
Exactly.
Whether it was heard or not, so I'll overrule the objection.
I overheard them talking about how Travis McMichael was struggling over a shotgun and had almost been killed. I didn't know Travis McMichael, but I did know his father, Greg McMichael, from having worked in our office.
Based upon hearing that information, did you ask Vicki Moore to do anything?
Well, at some point that Monday, I know you saw the emails that are in evidence. I said to Vicki, we need to send a conflict letter to the Attorney General's office. So I mentioned that to her that day. It didn't get done that day. Of course, I didn't expect that it immediately would go with everything we had going on. But on Tuesday, the 25th, Tuesday the 25th, she called me into her office and was working on the letter.
Did you learn anything on that Monday, the 24th, from overhearing law enforcement about George Barnhill going to do further information?
George had called us on his way over from Waycross. He had called either my cell phone or the main line at the DA's office and had indicated that the trials over in Brantley County had resolved themselves. So sometime that day he was up on his way over to the Glenn County Police Department. He called us and he needed to be able to get into the police department. And I asked someone in my office to contact the Glenn County police officers and let them know that he was there in the lobby and needed to get in. I remember doing that sometime that day.
Did you hear that after the meeting? Were you at the meeting with...
I wasn't at the meeting.
Let me just finish your question. Were you at the meeting with the Glenn County Police Department officials as well as District Attorney George Barnhill?
No.
And Michelle McIntyre?
No.
Did you ever learn what was discussed in that meeting?
I didn't know what was discussed in the meeting. I just know based on what the officers, some of which were there, I guess, I don't know where they got their information, but some of the officers that were talking upstairs had indicated that Mr. Barnhill had asked them to do some additional investigation in the case.
Based upon that information that Mr. Barnhill was doing, asking for more work to be done on the case, that would trigger you asking Vicki Moore to contact the Attorney General's office?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned that Tuesday, the 25th of February, that Vicki Moore was working on that letter.
Yes.
The jurors have already seen it, but is that the letter that's dated February 25th, 2000, but went out in the email February 26th?
I thought it went the 25th, yes.
I understand you thought it went to 25th, but
Yes.
it's marked as
Yes.
being actually sent by Vicki Moore.
We drafted it on the 25th, yes.
Okay. And that explains the date of the letter versus the date of the email.
Yes.
Okay. Did you thereafter learn that the email may have been sent to the right person for 23 years, but now not the correct person?
Yes, I got involved again on that Tuesday. I thought it was gone. On that Thursday, I learned that we didn't send it to the wrong address, but apparently now the Attorney General wanted it to go to a different address. So I got involved to get the correct address.
And is that why? And the jurors have heard from the gentleman. David McLaughlin's on the letter dated the 25th of February, but then Blair McGowan and CC it to Karen Crittenton's on the 27th of February.
We redid the letter based on my contact with the Attorney General on the Thursday.
During that time, or any time, did you ever ask George Barnhill, this is a friend of mine, this is a coworker of mine, this is his child, go be sympathetic, find self-defense, anything like that? Did you make any suggestion?
No.
Ever?
No.
Okay, now, I want to talk with you about you calling, the jurors have seen, and we're going to summarize it to try to make it more easily understood, but you called Greg McMichael on Monday, the 24th of February, 2020. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, the Monday, the 24th was the day following the murder. At the time, I had been in court. I hadn't been in court, but I had been in my office working all day. And I saw that voicemail when I got home that night. I was returning calls. And I recalled what I had heard that day about his son almost getting killed. And I called him and I told him, I was sorry. I had heard, his son almost got killed. I hope that he and his son were okay.
Did you mention anything about it's going to be okay, it's self-defense, I'm going to be in the background pulling the puppet strings? Did you do anything like that?
I intentionally did not talk to him about any facts of the case. I didn't want to know any facts of the case. I told him I hope he understood that our office would not be involved in the case. And that was the extent of it. I think I mentioned to him that maybe he had indicated he was pretty shooken up. His son was pretty shooken up. And I had indicated maybe that he should speak with someone and get some counseling.
After the 24th, that evening, when you returned the call from the day before of Greg McMichael, is that what happened?
Yes.
All right. Did you speak with Greg McMichael on March 8th of 2020?
Yes, he called me on March the 8th.
Tell the jurors about that conversation.
I had qualified for district attorney the previous week, and there had been some articles in the paper that I had someone running against me for the district attorney spot. And he had seen that in the paper and was calling to discuss that. We discussed the elections, and that was pretty much the extent of it. He asked if I had heard anything about his case, and I told him no, I had not.
Okay. Besides, I'm separating now, I'm doing a line. April 3rd of 2020. I'm saying before April 3rd, 2020. So from February 23rd of 2020 until April 3rd of 2020. How many times did you speak with Greg McMichael by phone?
Just those two that we spoke of, the 24th when I called him to tell him I was sorry about his son. And then I believe it's March 8th. It was a weekend when he called me.
How many times did you meet with Greg McMichael during that period of time?
None.
How many times did you text message with Greg McMichael?
None.
How many times did you mail him a letter?
None.
How many times did you FaceTime with him? Anything? Any contact is what I'm trying to get to.
None.
Okay. So we just have those two contacts before April 3rd,
Yes.
2020. All right. George Barnhill, besides, I'm using the same date. I'm drawing a line before April 3rd. We're going to discuss after April 3rd, but before April 3rd. How many times did you speak with George Barnhill in any way? Telephone, personal meeting, anyway?
I spoke with him on the 23rd when I first called him. I spoke with him the 24th just briefly when they were on their way and way from Brantley County to the police station, or were either on the way or at the police station, and followed up to get them in to see the police. And I spoke with him on April the 2nd.
Okay, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury why you spoke with him on April 2nd.
On April the 2nd, the Brunswick News had a headline on the front page that the Glenn County Police had released details from the police report about the shooting. I knew that it was an ongoing investigation, and I thought George should know that there were details about the case in the newspaper. And so I called over to let him know that.
Okay. I'm going to stop here, and we're going to just go from February 23rd to April 3rd, and then we'll continue later, okay? And I just want to talk to you about the large amount of cell phone records that were gathered in the case, and I'd like to go through them.
Okay.
In a summary fashion, if that's okay with the Honorable Court.
Okay.
Starting with Sunday, February 23rd, 2020. And Your Honor, these are all in evidence already? Can Mr. Kokumo permit to use your screen?
Yes, he can.
Okay. And this is a summary, but hopefully simplify these calls, okay? Sunday, February 23rd, 2020. Is this the call that you described, and it's already been testified to by the GBI analyst, Ms. Woodard?
Yes.
Previously, and this is all in documents that are in evidence, okay?
Okay.
Is this the day of the killing?
Yes.
And Greg McMichael calls you and leaves a voice message, true? When did you listen to that voice message?
The following Monday evening, the 24th.
So even knowing that Greg McMichael called you, you said you saw your phone, even knowing from Bill Darris that his son was involved in the shooting, you never returned that call that day?
No.
Okay. Later on Sunday, February 23rd, 2:15, so a minute later, the jurors will have with them Greg McMichael's cell phone records. Bill Darris, does his cell phone at those days end in 8006?
Yes.
And is that the gentleman you already talked about who's investigator 1 of 2 with your office?
Yes.
And that call goes out, you were not party to that call, were you? The Greg McMichael call to Bill Darris?
No.
But it seems that 2 minutes later, when that call ended, Bill Darris then called you.
Yes.
And is that the call that you already talked to the jurors about for 5 minutes, 30 seconds?
Yes.
That you were going to not be involved in this matter?
Correct.
All right. And that's where you were told that there was a shooting involving Greg McMichael's son, and it was a burglary in progress.
Yes.
Later that day, Sunday, February 23rd of 2020, at 5:11 p.m., Stephanie Oliver, her records are already in, and Ms. Woodard identified her cell phone ending in 0257, calls Liberty Stewart. Were you part of that conversation?
No.
Were you in any way aware that conversation was even occurring at that time?
No.
All right. And then Liberty Stewart called you, and a minute after the call ended with Stephanie Oliver, according to the phone records, and you did not speak with Liberty Stewart. Is that true?
Initially, Liberty called me and couldn't get me. Yes.
Okay. And to be fair to the jurors, what do you really, I heard you say it's your mother's birthday, but what are you really focused on? What's coming up that week that occupies your thoughts?
Most of my phone calls and there were a lot of phone calls that Sunday. I was on the phone. A lot of these witnesses that were coming to the grand jury were police officers, and a lot of them had attorneys that were calling me, and we were coordinating getting them scheduled to testify that week. We also had a trial calendar up in Jeff Davis County, which is Hazelhurst, and I had a murder case on that. And Bill and I had been working on it, and I was talking with an attorney in Douglas, Georgia, about us trying to agree to a continuance on the murder case up in Jeff Davis County, because I was going to be down here with the grand jury.
Nothing to do with Greg McMichael's son or this incident?
No.
After the call that, with Liberty Stewart making no contact with you at 5:16. The next call that the jurors were having was summarizing on the same day, a minute later, this 5:17, Liberty Stewart calling Rocky Bridges. Are you involved in that call at all?
No,
Are you aware that call even is occurring?
no,
Then Rocky Bridges returns or calls Liberty Stewart and no contact. Were you part of that call at all? Were you in any way knowledge of it?
Yeah.
And then you call Liberty Stewart and you have a 2-minute and 17-second. Are you returning Liberty Stewart's call from earlier?
yes,
All right. And then Rocky Bridges contacts you for 4 minutes, 18 seconds.
yes.
What's the topic of those conversations with Liberty Stewart and Rocky Bridges?
When I got back in touch with Liberty and Rocky, it was the Glenn County Police need some advice on the case. And of course, I believe they had already told the Glenn County Police that we couldn't be involved, and I agreed with them.
At 5:42, you were calling District Attorney George E. Barnhill. That confusing anymore, but the father, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and you could not reach him according to the records. Is that your memory?
Yes, and I want to point out his number ends in 9025.
When you say his number,
That would be the District Attorney Barnhill.
elected.
Yes, there was a lot of discussion from the witness stand that of all these calls with me and the DA Barnhill, there were only the interaction with Mr. Barnhill that day and that following day to get him to the police department. I contacted him on April the 2nd, and then he called me about a threat that occurred on April the 29th. Those were the only times I had any contact with District Attorney George Barnhill. Now, his son, which was actually what they were using, he has a different number that they were, I believe it's like a 1740. That number that they showed all the contacts, I talked with all of the assistant DAs in my office routinely every day. We were coordinating court. I might be in another county. They might need something in a courtroom and I might be on the 3rd floor, but there was a vast amount of contact between me and Mr. Barnhill that worked in my office as well as any of the other employees in my office.
And you're referring to the direct examination, Ms. Woodard, GBI agent Ms. Woodard.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
when she was just saying DA Barnhill didn't know who it was,
Yes,
but she was really identifying the 0740 number, which is the child,
that's correct.
the son.
Right.
And, okay, but the district attorney, the one who you asked to help out the police department, is 9035. Fair?
Yes.
Okay, so going back to this, it's February 23rd. You're calling George E. Barnhill, the elected district attorney, for the reasons that you stated, to get the police help. True? All right. Did you then call his son right here a minute later and speak with his son for 3 minutes, 42 seconds?
Yes, that's the 0740 number. That's the younger George Barnhill.
Right. And the jurors, it's been explained, but E comes before F.
Yes.
F is the child.
Yes.
Okay. Then George F. Barnhill, the child, at 5:49 calls you back. You have a conversation for 6 minutes, 12 seconds. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And is this just about speaking with his dad and the shooting at?
No, I think he told me he had gotten in touch with his dad, but we were talking about court calendars that week because George, the son, was usually the one that handled most of the jail pleas and a lot of the volume. And we had other court going on besides just the grand jury that week.
Then you call at 5:55, and ADA means one of your coworkers, Rocky Bridges. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And what's that about?
I told him that George had gotten in touch with his father and I would expect that he would call me back at some point.
Okay. And then the next call is Mr. George E. Barnhill, the 9025, the father, calling you, and you speak with 22 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that conversation regarding?
For a long time, it was George and us catching up because we hadn't spoken in a while. And toward the end of the conversation, I explained to him about the case, what I knew so far about the case, and that it involved Greg McMichael. He told me he had met Greg McMichael at a conference, but other than that, didn't really know him. He didn't see that he would have any conflict in giving the police some advice.
And then a minute after that conversation ends, you're calling Rocky Bridges for 4 minutes, 32 seconds. What's that about?
Rocky had been the person in contact with the police department, so I was letting him know that he could tell the police that we would get them someone the following day to help them.
All right. Going to the next day now. Those are all the relevant calls on the Sunday. Going to Monday, February 24th. Is this the call that you already told the jurors about after court, after the grand jury, when you heard that Greg McMichael's son may have come within an inch of his life? I'm not saying it's true. That's what you overheard. Is that when you returned the call for the only time of Greg McMichael?
Yes.
All right. The next is, the jurors have seen this already. It's Wednesday, the 26th of February, 2020. Is this the email that's already in evidence
Yes.
as Jackie Johnson exhibit number 3?
That's the letter we wrote on February the 25th, that Tuesday.
So it's dated, you've explained the date. It was done, you thought it went out Tuesday, but it went out Wednesday, the 26th, fair?
Correct.
Did you in any way, when you're writing this letter, did you in any way try to get the Attorney General's office to say, I need this George Barnhill on the case? Did you do anything like that?
No, the only reason I was involved in the letter is if you look at the reference death investigation of Ahmaud Arbery, this was essentially a form letter on our computer, and Vicki Moore was capable, when I said on Monday, of sending a letter to the Attorney General. It could have gone that day, and I didn't really know that it hadn't until that Tuesday. She called me in because typically when we conflict on a case, it has come to our office and someone's been arrested. So in this part right here, it would list arrest warrants and it would have a defendant's name. Because there had been no arrest and it was the typical conflict, which is a case typically gets opened when there's an arrest and the sheriff books it into the jail and it comes to our office. So there would be some arrest warrants here. Vicki called me in because she didn't know what to put because we had no arrest warrants, and that's when I got involved.
Okay. And then that's all that happens that day. Then the next day is going to be Thursday, February 27, 2020. And is this a similar letter? But as jurors know, it's addressed now not to David McLaughlin, but to Blair McGowan and CC to Karen Crittenden.
That's the day that we found out, and I found out through Vicki that we were supposed to send it to a different person now.
Okay. Then the next situation we have is going to be March 8th. You already testified to it. And is that the conversation that you already told the jurors when it's announced in the Brunswick paper that you have competition for your reelection?
Yes, and when he called, we talked about me having opposition in the district attorney's race, but there were also some county commission races and some other things. So we talked a little bit about local politics, and that was the extent of it.
This is the only other time before, we're going to continue, but before April 3rd of 2020 that you speak with Greg McMichael, true?
2 times, that was it. March the 8th that you just saw, and the day after the shooting, which was the 24th of February, that was it.
I'd like to go to Thursday, April 2nd, 2020, and the phone records and what they show and what the jurors should see. 8:44 a.m. has you calling George E. Barnhill. That's the father, obviously the 9025 number. You could not contact him, and you're doing the same about an hour and a half later, a little more than an hour and a half later, and could not get him again. And then at 11 a.m., George E. Barnhill contacts you back, and it's a 32-minute call. Can you explain to jurors, just to remind them, you already testified to it, what that conversation was about?
You have the April 2nd Brunswick News article?
Yes, we do. Just tell the jurors what's going on.
So on April 2nd, I have it, but it's not in evidence.
Don't refer to it until, let me mark it if you're referring to something. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
This is your affirmative. Number 9. Thank you. Yes. You see this?
It's still the jurors' lunch is here, so we're going to take a lunch break.
Okay.
All right. If you go to lunch, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Listen in discussion now is about an hour.
All right, the jury.
All right, guys, I'm gonna put the next video on because we're having problems. Let's go do the next one. Putting the picture helps, right, guys? It does? Okay, good. Y'all get to see. I'm gonna put the picture up when she get ready to start crying. Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on. That's what you call improvising. When one thing mess up, you try something else. Okay, let's see.
Now, folks, I know what you had for lunch. I do not know how
Hold on a second. Let's go ahead on and do this. All right, people, let's go.
much you had for lunch. Now, folks, I know what you had for lunch. I do not know how much you had for lunch. But you remember when I told you that if you have a problem listening to a witness, you need to hear all this. All right, Ms. Steele.
Jackie, during the, or at the break, I'd like to talk to you about a newspaper article in the Brunswick News dated April 2nd, 2020.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Showing you, which you handed to me actually, but I got marked.
Yes.
And is that article the way that it was written on or about the second day of April 2020?
Yes.
And is it true and correct from the way you understand that article to be?
Yes.
And would that article help you orient the date to help understand what a phone call was about?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, for purposes of demonstrative, or it can go back with the jury, whatever the court says, move for the admission, either just for the record or for the jury during deliberations of Jackie number 9, Jackie Johnson.
Any objection to it?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Okay, so explain to the jurors what happened on Thursday, April 2nd, 2020, with regards to that article, then to trigger some of the phone calls we're going to talk about.
So on April 2nd, the headline in the Brunswick News was Police Report Sheds More Light on the Satilla Shores Shooting. And I knew that Mr. Barnhill, being in Waycross, would not know about this. So I contacted or attempted to make contact with him to let him know that there were details from the police report in the newspaper.
Okay, and then it goes, I think the jurors may have seen it, but Thursday, April 2nd, 2020, to phone records if we can. And these explain the calls that you already testified to about 8:44 a.m. trying to contact Mr. Barnhill, the father, the elected district attorney, then 10:27 again with no contact, and then him calling you back, the 32-minute call.
Yes.
All right.
Largely the phone, I know it's a long time, but largely we talked about COVID. Mr. Barnhill's office was shut down and mine was not. And we were talking about what we were doing to deal with the jail populations, and he had a lot of his assistants, well, all of his office was working from home. Mine was not. And we discussed that for a while. And of course, I told him about the newspaper article. He also indicated to me that the autopsy had just come out in the death of Mr. Arbery, and that he needed to be able to access that. The way we were set up at the time, only all of our cases would go to the GBI Crime Lab in Savannah, but there was a internet portal, and you could not access crime lab reports unless you were part of that circuit. So because the case happened in Glenn County, Mr. Barnhill could not access the autopsy report that he needed. And so I made a call, or I talked with someone at the office that day about calling the crime lab in Savannah and allowing Mr. Barnhill to have access to the autopsy report.
Did you in any way discuss any of the thought process of District Attorney Barnhill, which way he was leaning, if he was leaning towards the case, any factual, did you try to influence him at all?
No.
Okay. On Friday, let's go to April 3rd. Now, I said that we would discuss everything from February 23rd, 2020 up to April 2nd, 2020, and then April 3rd and beyond. And I'm going to explain why we're doing that April 3rd date. But as of February 23rd, 2020 to April 2nd, 2020, how many communications in any way, in any manner, through third parties, directly, indirectly, email, text message, telephone call, personal contact, text message, social media, did you have with Gregory McMichael?
The two we discussed earlier on February the 24th and on March 8th, I believe, which was the week after I qualified for election.
How many contacts did you have with Travis McMichael?
I never had any communication with him at all. I didn't know him.
Same question for Mr. District Attorney. I'm excluding the son. I'm excluding your coworker.
Yes.
District Attorney Barnhill, the elected official, from February 23rd through April 2nd, how many communications did you have with him in person, telephone, text message, email, direct message, FaceTime, social media, any type of through third party, any type of communication?
Mr. Barnhill, I contacted him on the 23rd, the original day, and facilitated him meeting with police the following day. And then this April 2nd call, that was the only communication I had with the DA Barnhill. Now, my office, I know at the time, I believe Mr. Barnhill was handling at least one or two other conflict cases in the circuit in Camden County. There may have been communication with an assistant DA like Rocky Bridges down in Camden County with his office, but not with me.
Okay. Did you do anything during those conversations or any other communication through Rocky Bridges or anyone to in any way try to influence Mr. Barnhill?
No.
To curry favor for Greg McMichael, to show favor and affection towards Greg McMichael?
No.
Okay. I want to now talk about going forward. So I'm now moving to April 3rd, okay? You already have admitted into evidence through the son of George Barnhill. So the assistant district attorney who worked for you, Jackie Johnson, exhibit number 5A. Do you remember this coming into evidence in this trial?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us whether that posting had anything to do with the calls dealing with your phone records relevant to this.
Yes, on April 3rd, this Justice League post came out on Facebook and the internet. I was not on the internet. I didn't know what was going on the internet, but Mr. Barnhill, the son, and a lot of the members in my office, younger people, were on Facebook and other social media. And he called to tell me about this. I didn't actually see the post that day, but he told me the substance of what was going on, along with a lot of comments and things going on in response to the post on the internet.
So the comments are not here in Exhibit 5A, but what were you told by Mr. Barnhill Jr., not Junior, George F. Barnhill, the child, the coworker of yours.
That Bobby Worthy was calling for people to show up at his house in Glen.
It's his house.
Mr. Barnhill's son lived in Glenn County. He worked for me in Glenn County. People believed he was his father, and they were going to show up at his house, and they were going to show up at Mr. McMichael's house.
Okay.
That was the substance of the conversation. I was familiar with Mr. Worthy, the person that did the post. I had had some dealings with him previously.
So let's talk about the phone calls that are relevant then, pulled out of the records that are already in evidence. 6:26 p.m., ADA George F. Barnhill, which is the child, the 0740 number, calls you for 4 minutes, 19 seconds. True?
Yes.
And was that the conversation when you just relayed to the jury
Yes.
about his address being posted on the internet
Yes.
and Gregory McMichael's address being posted on the internet?
Yes.
All right. Then you call next. When you hang up with that call, it looks like it's almost immediate. You call the acting police chief, Jay Wiggins. Do you recognize that number ending in 5135 as then acting chief of police, Jay Wiggins?
Yes.
And these are on your phone records, right?
Yes.
That are already in evidence.
Yes.
And that's a 13-minute, 50-second call. Tell the jurors what that call's about.
Jay and I discussed the fact that the police report had been deleted. Jay had come into all of this midstream because he was not the chief of police when the murder happened. The police chief was indicted. About a week later, Jay became the acting chief. And so Jay was trying to get up to speed on the case, and I discussed with him that with an ongoing investigation, it was not proper. I didn't feel like it was proper for the police department to be releasing details of an ongoing case, and that I thought that might have incited some of these things that were showing up on the internet. I told him about my experience with Bobby Worthy and what my concerns were, and I told him about the post, and I asked for some protection or some additional security at George Barnhill, the son's residence in Glenn County, and the McMichael's residence.
Okay. And then it's followed up by a call from you to George F. Barnhill, the child, the 0740, the assistant district attorney, not the elected, for 26 seconds. And what was that call about?
Jay wanted me to get their addresses so he could send some security to their residences. And so I contacted the son to get his address. I didn't know where he lived. And I also tried to get in touch with Greg McMichael to get his address because I also didn't know his address. Okay,
so it says you tried to contact Gregory McMichael, no contact. You just told the substance of your intent to call.
Yes.
And how about the 7:15 call from Gregory McMichael to you?
He called me back. I told him there had been some things on the internet, and I had contacted the police chief and asked for there to be some additional patrols at his residence. And I got his address. I think I followed up with a text message to Jay to tell him the addresses.
Okay. Anything where you told Greg McMichael the fix is in, don't worry about anything?
No.
Okay.
I did discuss with the son, George Barnhill. He told me his father was getting out of the case. At that point, I believed it was as a result of these threats, and we didn't discuss that any further.
Okay. I'd like to go to Monday, April 6, 2020. Phone calls. Do you remember this date by any chance?
Yes. So April the 3rd was the day that Mr. Barnhill, the district attorney, wrote that letter to Tom Jump in the Glenn County Police Department saying that he was getting off the case and that he had an opinion of self-defense. That letter had been copied to my email. Actually read it on Monday morning when I got to the office.
And when you say Monday morning, what's the date?
April the 6th. I was at my office in Woodbine. I lived in Woodbine at the time. And so I printed out the letter in my office in Woodbine and I looked at the letter. And as a result of reading the letter, I called the DA Barnhill about the letter.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Your Honor, may I approach the exhibits? They're on your bench.
Yeah.
In front of your bench. I inquire with the clerk, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. I'd like to show you what's already been marked. Kevin says States Exhibit number 5. Right, Reggie?
Yes,
This is already in evidence.
yes,
Is that the letter that you're referring to? That was sent by the elected district attorney, George E. Barnhill, to Glynn County Police Department, Officer Tom Jump.
yes, I was looking for a date on it. I don't know that I see a date on it, but it was sent on April the 3rd.
And that's the letter you read on April the 6th.
Yes,
April 3rd is a Friday, April the 6th, Monday is what?
right.
Okay. And just to go backwards, the Satilla Shores article about the shooting, Brunswick News, April 2nd, that's in front of you as well?
Yes, and Mr. Barnhill indicates in the letter that the autopsy report had come out on the first day of April.
Okay. And in the newspaper article of April 2nd, the Brunswick newspaper article that you referred to already as Jackie Johnson number 9, I believe. Is that,
Yes.
in that article, does it have, now we know false information, but from the police report that Ahmaud Arbery was a burglar in progress, et cetera?
Says the McMichael men and others were fed up with burglaries and auto break-ins by the time the fateful February afternoon unfolded, the police report indicated. And then it talks about Michael saying he saw Arbery begin to violently attack Travis, and the two men started fighting over a shotgun. And it talks about some prior arrest record of Mr. Arbery.
Okay.
It does talk about them at Michael's chasing down Mr. Arbery.
Did you have anything to do with releasing that police report?
No, I
Did you
didn't.
have anything to do with writing the contents of that police report?
No.
Now let's go back to where we were on the phone records. And this is going to be the same day, April 6th, that Monday, when you read that letter that George E. Barnhill wrote to Mr. Tom Jump. And to summarize, at 9:14 that morning, you were calling George E. Barnhill the elected official.
Yes.
True? And is that the top of the conversation when you already told the ladies and gentlemen jury?
I didn't understand why George had written a letter on the case, giving an opinion that he was conflicting out on. He indicated, or I learned that Tom Jump, and who was a captain at the Glynn County Police Department, actually requested him to write the letter. And he also, based on my reading of the letter and speaking with him on the phone, he discussed the mom and meeting with the mom, her wanting him off the case, and Bobby Worthy. In my mind, I don't know that there was a connection between Bobby Worthy and the mom, but based on the letter and my conversation with George, I thought that was a possibility.
And when you say the mom, you're talking about Mr. Ahmaud Arbery's mother?
Yes.
Okay. The young lady who's in the courtroom who testified earlier?
Yes.
All right. Then 9:20 a.m., after speaking with George E. Barnhill, you are calling George F. Barnhill but cannot contact. Then George F. Barnhill contacts you back 20 minutes later for 2 minutes, 21 seconds. What was the point of that conversation?
All of the calls on that morning, April 6th, that was the Monday morning after the post had happened that Friday. And I had asked Jay Wiggins to send some additional patrol out that weekend. I had also gotten some additional text from George Barnhill, the son, over the weekend regarding things that had been posted online. And so I contacted the son, as well as the chief of police, as well as Greg McMichael, doing follow-up from the previous call I had made that Friday, making sure that there had been no incidents over the weekend.
And is that the call from you at 11:05 to Greg McMichael? 9 minutes? All right.
Yes.
Now, what else happened shortly after the call with Greg McMichael ended on Monday, the 6th day of April, 2020 that you did?
Mr. Marcus Arbery, who was the father of Ahmaud Arbery, had come to my office early on around March the 4th. He had come with Gary Arbery, who was the uncle, and he had come with a man by the name of Gary Cook. Gary Cook had I knew him, and people in my office knew him, and he had brought him to our office. And they were not getting any information. I knew that based on speaking with them, and we reached out. I had someone reach out. I did leave out one contact with Mr. Barnhill's office. This was March the 4th. We reached out to the victim advocate in George Barnhill's office, and I reached out to him to say, the father of Mr. Arbery doesn't have any information, and he's showing up at our office. He needs to know what's going on. So I didn't want to meet with Mr. Arbery without letting Mr. Barnhill's office know, since they had the case. And we met with them, myself. Liberty Stewart was in the meeting, I believe, and Mr. Arbery, his brother, Gary, and Gary Cook were in the meeting. And they had questions. They didn't know anything. Their son was dead. It had been a week. They had had no contact from anyone. And I gathered in the meeting that Ms. Cooper Jones was not sharing any information with them, and I assured them that I would get all of their information in Mr. Barnhill's office. And so we met with them, and I explained to them how the case would basically progress and that our office wouldn't be involved. When the letter came out and I saw that self-defense letter, and after I spoke with George Barnhill, the district attorney, and I knew that the Glenn County Police had requested that he write that letter, I expected that letter was going to be leaked based on what had happened with the police report from the week before, and based on what was going on with it was kind of flaming up on the internet at this point. And understandably so, a lot of people were questioning why there had not been any charges filed or no arrest, and the Glenn County Police Department was looking for some cover at this point. And I expected, based on getting that probably Mr. Arbery, Marcus Arbery, would probably learn this information and be upset about it over the internet. And I didn't want that.
I object at this point to speculation.
Don't speculate. Just tell us what you know, please.
So I contacted, I had Liberty Stewart or Mark Spalding, someone in my office, reach out to Mr. Gary Cook to get in touch with Marcus and his brother again and ask them to come back to the office so I could let them know what was going on with the case.
That would be the second contact with Mr. Arbery's father. And and uncle.
That was the second time I met with them. They came to our office the first time. The second time was on April 6th, and that was me contacting them.
Okay. All right. The first time would be March 4th, about 10 days after the murder of their
Yes,
son, and then April 6th. True?
yes.
All right. Going now to Tuesday, April 7th. Do you remember there being a post that day?
Yes,
Receiving knowledge of it? And it's already in evidence, Your Honor. It's Jackie Johnson Exhibit 5B as in Barry. And who sent you this? Or how'd you learn of this?
the pictures of me and the son, George Barnhill, the son, he told me about it.
Okay. What did you do when you learned about this posting from the son, Assistant District Attorney Barnhill?
I did not do anything additional that day. I had already contacted Jay Wiggins and made him aware of what was going on.
Okay. And Jay Wiggins, the acting police department, Glenn County Police.
Yes.
Okay. Next date would be Monday, April 13th.
Yes.
What significant happened?
There were some, I had a relationship with Mark Baker. He was the pastor of Greater Works Church here in Brunswick. He contacted either me directly or someone in my office and wanted to come meet about the case and talk about their concerns. He came, he brought with him Mr. John Perry, who was also a pastor, and I believe at that time was the president of the local NAACP. Mayor Cornell Harvey, Brunswick mayor at the time, came, and Cedric King, who was a deacon in the Greater Works Church, and I think at the time was also running for state senate. The four of them came and met with myself and Jay Wiggins and had some concerns about what was going on with the case.
And what did you do based upon that meeting? What, if anything?
Jay Wiggins and I agreed, based on our meeting with the pastors, that we would get as much information out about the case to educate the public about what was going on. At this point, the case was in limbo because Mr. Barnhill had conflicted out after he wrote that letter. And this would have been April the 13th, which was a Monday. The Attorney General still had not appointed a new district attorney to handle the case. So it had been about a week and the case was just sitting out there. I couldn't touch it because my office was recused. Mr. Barnhill's office was now recused. And all of this was going on the internet, and the pastors wanted Jay and I to get as much information as we could out to the public because they felt like outside sources were going to come into the community and they were intent on doing violence.
What did you do, if anything, the next day with Jay Wiggins, the chief of Glenn County Police Department, acting?
After I left the meeting with, and it was COVID, we were over in the jury assembly room, which is the biggest room here at the courthouse, and we were all in opposite corners of that room trying to have a meeting. And I left the meeting, and when I came up to my office on the third floor, I found out that we had just gotten a letter of appointment appointing Tom Durden. Tom Durden was the DA in the Atlantic Circuit, which is the next circuit up. He was in Hinesville, to the case.
Did you do any press?
I drafted a press release, and Jay and I emailed it back and forth. It was a joint press release between the two of us, and we sent it out on the following day. But before I sent it out, I made contact with Tom Durden, the DA in the Atlantic Circuit, and I sent him a copy of the press release. And I wanted to make sure that he was okay, that I wasn't releasing any information or anything that he would thought would be detrimental to the case. I also explained a little bit about what was going on in the community to Tom Durden, and his office, of course, was shut down at the time. Nobody was there. And I told him it was important. It's an important case. If they could start working on it, if we could get it to him, we wanted to be able to do that so that he could look at it as soon as he could. And he, of course, said that he would.
Okay. Thursday, April 16th, 2020. Phone records show that at 8:02 p.m., Greg McMichael calls you with no contact. Saturday, April 18th. I'm sorry?
Can we back up a second? The press release on the 14th. I'm not sure if that's in evidence. Is that in evidence?
I don't think so.
Okay, all right.
The joint press release between you
Yes,
and
myself and Jay Wiggins, yes.
that was approved by Tom Durden.
Yes.
Okay. But you did that, you said, you made it clear to jury at the behest of
That happened
community.
that happened on April the 14th, yes.
You did that at the behest of the community.
Yes, I think it references in the press release that we had previously met the day before with the pastors.
Okay. So Thursday, April 16th, 2020, phone records, your phone records, Greg McMichael's calling you, no contact, meaning you didn't speak with him.
Right, I didn't.
Okay, Saturday, April 18th, 2020, 8:05, that's wrong, 8:25 p.m., Greg McMichael's calling you again, you don't answer the phone.
Right.
Sunday, April 19th, 2020, it's 11:13 a.m. You call Greg McMichael. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, why you called and what that 9-minute, 51-second conversation entailed.
That was Sunday. It was an Easter, and I was, we had a church service. Nobody could go to church, and I was looking back through my phone at my home, and I saw that he had been trying to get in touch with me, and I also saw a text message from George Barnhill, the son, had been sent to my phone, which I believe may be in evidence, on the 17th. And as a result of seeing that there was something else that had been posted online and that he had called me, I assumed it had something to do with that, and I returned his call.
Okay, and when you say something posted online, a potential threat to Greg McMichael?
No, this was something that referenced Tom Durden's office in the post, and it was a text message. I believe it's in evidence.
Okay, is that
It was on April the 17th. That was a Friday.
okay? It's Jackie Johnson, exhibit number 5C. If we can show that, it's already in evidence, Your Honor, if that's okay. You see at the top, it says text message, April 17, 2020, 3:23 p.m.
Yes, that was the text message that I saw on my phone that prompted me to return Mr. McMichael's phone calls.
And who sent you that text message? I know it's already in evidence, the ladies and gentlemen jury know it's.
George Barnhill, the son that worked in my office.
Okay, and that is part of the call that you did on April 19th?
That's why I returned his call, yes.
All right, let's go to Monday, April 20th, 2020, 12:50 in the afternoon. Your phone records indicate you called Jay Wiggins, the 5135 number, 5 minutes, 21 seconds. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, Joy, orient them to what was going on in that call.
I was following up from Greg McMichael's call the previous day on that Sunday about the continued state. It was a continued state of, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but it was starting to boil over at this point. It had been a week since we met with the pastors, and they had come to us and told us they were concerned. There were continued posts. We had already gotten the file up to Tom Durden. I talked with him about what had been posted and about Greg McMichael's phone call that he had concerns. And we, at that point, Jay and I were pretty much at the mercy of waiting on Tom Durden to make a decision on this case, because I couldn't do anything with the case. It had to take its course. So we were discussing about putting out as much information as we could to the public so that people would be patient and let the process work.
Okay.
At this point, and I'll go ahead and clarify, I was still under the impression, as was, I believe, Jay Wiggins, based on what we knew about the case, that this was some type of self-defense burglary. I never saw any evidence, had not looked at anything. I know that Jay, one of the things that Jay spoke with the pastors about on April the 13th when we met with them, is that he was going to have someone internally review the case inside the police department to make sure that the police had been doing what they were supposed to do. They had collected the evidence that everything was proper police procedures were being followed. Because I think Jay, when he came into it, because he wasn't there at the time and he started getting these questions, he felt like as the new chief, he needed to try and look into it and make sure everything was done right. And he and I had discussed that. And at this point, I didn't really ask him what his findings were or where he was in that. But at this point, I still felt like this was based on what I knew. And certainly I had looked at that letter Mr. Barnhill had sent. And based on everything I was hearing from the police, hey, this is going to be a clear self-defense. There's this video and it shows self-defense.
Okay.
I didn't know.
So that explains the call on April 20th and your mindset at that time. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Let's go to Friday, April 24th, 2020. 2:56 in the afternoon, Greg McMichael calls you. You do not answer the phone. True?
That's correct.
And then on Sunday, April 26th, same thing, 6:40 p.m., Greg McMichael calls your phone. You do not speak with him. Is that true?
Yes.
Monday, April 27, 2020, you then call Greg McMichael, 7:21 p.m., 11 minute, 35 second. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what is going on there.
There's another text message that's in evidence that I got from George Barnhill, the son that worked for me at the time, where a New York Times article came out, I believe on the 26th, and it had some details about the case and asking legitimate questions, I guess, based on what they had in there about why there had not been an arrest. And it was being shared online and groups were forming on Facebook, groups with a mission to come and affect a citizen's arrest on the McMichaels by whatever means might be necessary. And those were the type of things that were circulating as a result of the New York Times article.
And the jurors already saw the post introduced through the testimony of the son, George F. Barnhill. So they were aware of that, okay?
That was the phone call follow-up about what was going. At this point, it was boiling over in the Satilla Shores neighborhood.
Let's go to Wednesday, April 29, 2020, phone records. You were calling George E. Barnhill, that's the elected district attorney, at 2:09, 8 minutes, 21 seconds. Can you explain this?
The district attorney, George Barnhill, contacted my office and wanted to speak to me and said that it was urgent and I couldn't speak with him that moment. I was going down to a meeting over in Judge Scarlett's office. And so when I went down to Judge Scarlett's office, I returned his call. And it was about a very specific threat regarding the Satilla Shores neighborhood and the McMichaels. The DA Barnhill's office was closed during this time, and he had gone in to get some files, and someone had left this message. And it was very specific toward the Satilla Shores neighborhood and Greg McMichael. And as a result of that, I left the meeting with Judge Scarlett and some of the other judges, and I came back upstairs. I had 2 agents with the GBI in my office, and we were dealing with another case. And we called Jay Wiggins and discussed what was going on with the threats, because at this point, the threats were coming into the Glenn County Police, as well as the McMichaels, as well as George Barnhill, as well as other members in law enforcement. So we discussed on the phone that day between the GBI and the Glenn County Police what agency was going to handle all these threats. Glenn County, up to this point, I think, had been trying to handle them, and it had kind of gotten to be too much. So based on that, Jay Wiggins and I requested that the GBI start working the threats case.
Who was assigned, if anyone, from the GBI to look into the threats case?
Larry Kelly is a GBI agent.
He was assigned?
He was assigned to begin working on the threats cases.
Okay. And the threats case is different, obviously, than the case you were accused from. True?
Yes, this was a new case about something going on in my community. Yes.
Okay. Now, same question I asked you before. Did you at any time influence the investigation into the murder of Ahmaud Arbery in any way?
I had not looked at any evidence. My only interest was that with everything going on, that the case, the process be moving along, be working.
But did you influence it in any way?
No,
Did you show any favor or affection towards Greg McMichael or his family?
no,
Did you try to hurt the memory or the family of Ahmaud Arbery?
no. Going back to my meeting with Mr. Marcus Arbery on the 6th when the letter came out, I explained to him, because I felt like this letter was going to be leaked, that if they saw anything about it being self-defense online, it did not mean anything because the case was going to have to go to a new DA, and it didn't matter what Mr. Barnhill had said or what his opinion was. It was basically meaningless, and the new DA would make the decision about what would happen with the case. I wanted them to understand that it was going to get a new look, and that the process at some point, they would have some input and be advised of the process by someone independent of Mr. Barnhill.
The next day is April 30th, 2020, according to phone records at 6:32 p.m. You speak or you contact your phone's contact Greg McMichael for 21 minutes. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, if you remember, what this was about.
I was on my way. We had court the next day. I had to be up in Appleton or Jeff Davis County, and it's a long drive up that way, and I was returning phone calls. And I thought about the fact that Mr. Barnhill was actually cutting through his circuit in his counties, had called me about the specific threat regarding Mr. McMichael. And I felt like I needed to follow up and make sure that someone from law enforcement had been to see him and was actually working on the threats case that I had reported to the GBI the previous day.
Okay. Did any communication go up at that time about Mr. McMichael asking you questions? You referred him to get a lawyer.
It was chaos in the Satilla Shores neighborhood at this point. I knew it based on what Mr. McMichael was telling me was going on out there. And I knew it based on what I was getting from the Glenn County Police. And then I was here at the courthouse with the Sheriff Jump, and he was sending deputies out into that neighborhood in addition to what was going on with the Glenn County Police. I had information that Greg McMichael had actually been sitting out in front of his house in his driveway with all of this going on in that neighborhood. And I felt like this was a powder keg. And to the extent that I had any influence on him, I felt like he needed to not be in his driveway inciting the violence. And I had advised him, I think back when the New York Times back on at that point, all of this was going on. At that point, it was threats coming into Travis McMichael's job and things on the internet. I had talked with him about not being on the internet because, again, I was not on Facebook, but I was.
Advised him to get a lawyer?
I advised him after the New York Times article came out that he needed to speak with a lawyer, and the lawyer needed to do whatever speaking for him was going to be done. And I also told him that again on that day. And it's a long conversation, but most of it was me listening to what was going on in that neighborhood.
Okay, that's April 30th?
Yes, that was Wednesday, I believe, Thursday.
All right, let's go to the next day, Friday, May 1, 2020. Do you remember anything happening that day? And it's already admitted into evidence, Jackie Johnson, exhibit number 5E.
There were Justice League posts. There were also, we have the county, Glenn County has a countywide email, and the sheriff, myself, Jay Wiggins, a lot of law enforcement, the 911 center, that's the way they communicate if there's any type of emergency, something going on, hurricane or anything in the county. And in addition to this coming out that day, the Justice League, I was getting information through that about ongoing threats and things coming in with respect to my office and with respect to the Satilla Shores neighborhood, with respect to the Glenn County Police. And so on May the 1st, I had communications through that, and I think maybe with the sheriff about a tactical meeting that the chief of police had set up on Monday, May the 4th, where law enforcement was going to get together and determine what we were going to do about upcoming threats of violence and marches going on in the Satilla Shores neighborhood and here in Brunswick.
And if you blow this up, Jackie Johnson Exhibit 5E, and the scroll down. Do you see where in that paragraph, I don't know if the jurors can see it, but in the second to last line, if he fails to arrest them, then we will perfect a legal citizen's arrest to bring them to justice. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's go then to the next day. That's Friday, May 1.
The voicemail on my phone that he left, I never listened to that till much later.
Okay, and that's the voicemail that you're referring to on May 1, 6:49 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Going to Saturday now. It's a Saturday, May 2nd, 2020. Do you see at 9:14 a.m., Jay Wiggins, the acting chief of police, calls you 12 minutes?
Yes.
And what's that about, just generally? Same thing?
I had I forwarded him a text message of what I was receiving text messages of things posted online from George Barnhill that worked for me. And so I forwarded those to the police chief, and he called me back and we discussed basically what we could do to kind of contain things in the community until something could happen on the case. Tom Durden had it at this point. I had contacted Tom Durden and I knew that he was working on the case. At this point, as a result of my conversation with Jay, I reached out to who I knew in the FBI, our local agent, and he put me in touch with somebody, I believe, out of Savannah with the FBI. And then at some point, I spoke with Bobby Christine, who was the U.S. attorney at the time that morning. This was a Saturday morning, about what we expected was coming in Brunswick and any help that we could get from the feds on the case.
You were seeking assistance from federal authorities?
Yes, not on the threats case, but on something as far as progress, someone looking at the underlying investigation with respect to the shooting of Mr. Arbery and making a determination as to whether or not this is a criminal case and it moving forward, or this is a self-defense. And if it was self-defense, get that information out to the public.
So you were trying to have other authorities look at whether
Yes.
Mr. Ahmaud Arbery was murdered?
Yes.
Okay, going to the next issue, which is a Sunday. You remember Tom Durden calling you 5 minutes, 45 seconds, 5:28 p.m. And again at 5:34 for another 1 minute, 12 seconds. Can you explain to the jurors if you remember what that was about?
The pastors I had mentioned earlier had been reaching out to me and other people in our office. They wanted me to get Tom Durden down here to the meeting on Monday, the tactical meeting, so that they could question him about his investigation with what was going on with the case he had with respect to Mr. Arbery's death. And I had initially reached out to Tom and then followed back up with Tom because I didn't think, and I told the community leaders this on that Monday, I basically stood in for him that he did not need to be coming down to a meeting where it would appear that the community was putting pressure on him to do anything with respect to a case. He needed to make his own determination. And he told me at that point that he actually was planning on taking this case to the grand jury.
Okay.
At this point, we
And those what those calls are about?
we were trying to get out information about him, his intentions, which were to take this to a grand jury.
Just to try to give community information.
Yes, and I actually spoke with some of the law enforcement community leaders that Monday at the meeting at the police department. We were in the 911 center, and
So let's talk about that. It's Monday, May 4th, 2020.
yes,
Okay, and you're talking about the community meeting?
yes.
All right, tell the jurors.
I gave that information that I had spoken with Tom, that Tom had intentions of taking after press release, stating what his intentions were with that. And I followed back up with him that Monday night, about getting that press release out.
Later that Monday, May 4th, 2020, in the evening hours, did you reach out to the Attorney General of the state of Georgia, Christopher Carr?
Yes, this was the evening after those meetings, yes.
Okay, and according to phone records, Mr. Carr, Attorney General Carr, called you back at 7:32 p.m., 8 minute, 44 second.
Yes.
What did you tell Mr. Carr? What were you asking?
I recapped him on everything we were dealing with down here. I did not have a relationship with him. I had not had his cell phone. I'd had to call someone and get in touch with him, and they had him call me back. But based on my meeting with the community leaders, and when I say that, there were county commissioners, there were pastors, there were police, There were probation officers. There were feds. Jeff Roberts from the FBI had actually come to that meeting. GBI agents were there. It was everybody that felt like they had an ability to do anything was there. And they had asked me to reach out to the Attorney General. And that's why I did. And I advised him of what was going on and what could his office do, to get involved and help us with the case.
And was Mr. Attorney General Carr of help?
No.
I'd like to go to Tuesday, May 5, 2020. What significant happened that day that you recall to this day?
The video was released and I saw it for the first time on television.
All right. And when you say the video, what video are you talking about?
Murder. Mr. Arbery.
Did you ever see that video before?
Yeah.
Before seeing that video, what did you believe did you believe Mr. Ahmaud Arbery was a perpetrator?
Everything I had been told, that's what I believed, yes.
Watching that video, did you believe that Mr. Ahmaud Arbery is a perpetrator?
It looked like he was murdered to me.
What, if anything, did you do after watching that video?
I had been in contact with the GBI about getting involved in the case, and they had indicated to me that they would have to be requested by Mr. Durden. And at some point later that day, I believe, or maybe the next morning, Stacy Carson called me. She was the GBI agent in charge at the time and told me that they had been requested to work the case. And I gave her some directions she was on her way to Tom Durden's office to pick up the file. His office was closed down and we had previously delivered the file up there. So she was on her way to get that. And in the course of giving her directions to his office in Hinesville, or how to get in, I told her that based on what I had seen, I had some messages that Mr. McMichael had left on my phone, and I knew that they were working the case now that I needed to turn over to them.
Why did you turn over voice messages from Greg McMichael to the GBI? Did you think it would help there in the investigation to prosecute him?
I knew that at this point he was a murder suspect, and I knew that this was taking a course where any information I had in my office or on my phone or anyone else had in these communications, it needed to be turned over to them.
Did you have those voice messages that were still on your phone turned over to the GBI so they could use it if they decide to use it in their case to make an arrest against Mr.
Yes.
Travis McMichael, Mr. Gregory McMichael, whomever?
I asked one of my investigators, the second investigator in my office at the time, his name was David Moore. I asked him to make a copy of what I had. I also asked him to check with Mark Spalding because I knew that Greg McMichael, in the course of all these threats, had been calling Mark Spalding's phone when he couldn't get in touch with me. And I asked David to make a copy of those. And I also got a copy of his personnel file from my office, Greg McMichael.
Whose personnel file?
Greg McMichael's personnel file, and provided both of those, both the phone messages and the personnel file of Greg McMichael to the GBI.
So they could use to prosecute if they saw
Yes,
fit?
it was the day after, or maybe the next day, May 7th, that I provided those to the GBI.
Within 48 hours of seeing that video, you were providing the GBI evidence to be used if they wanted to use it against Gregory McMichael?
Yes.
What agent, if you know, received that personnel file of Greg McMichael and the voice messages from your cell phone?
We gave them to Larry Kelly.
Okay. And the jurors heard his name earlier. That's a gentleman who was working what you've called the threats case?
He was working the threats case. He had been working the threats case for about a week when the video came out.
I'd like to go back to Tuesday, May 5, 2020, when the video of the murder of Ahmaud Arbery was released. That's the first time you ever saw it?
Yes,
Is that when you saw it on the news, you said?
yes,
That's when it was released in social media for all of us to see.
yes,
You get a call that day, according to phone records, 7:51 p.m. from Greg McMichael. You do not answer the call. Do you ever speak with Greg McMichael thereafter?
no,
Do you speak with him on that day after watching the video?
no,
Have you had any contact with him through third party, directly, email, FaceTime, text message, social media, anything?
no,
We did it with Greg McMichael from February 23rd to April 2nd. Now I want to do it all the way until his arrest. Remember, his arrest was on, and his son on Thursday, May 7, 2020?
yes,
In summary, you spoke with Greg McMichael after the murder of Ahmaud Arbery on Monday evening, February 24th, 2020. Is that what you testified?
yes,
March 8th, about the election that you
Yeah.
were having, 2020.
yes,
That's 2. April 3rd, about the Justice League post.
yes,
April 6th, 2020, about the letter that Mr. Barnhill wrote saying it's self-defense.
yes,
April 19th, 2020, after the text message of a potential threat.
yes,
April 28th, the New York Times article that came out 2 days before.
yes,
That's 6. April 30th, about the threat that George Barnhill told you he thought it was a legitimate threat, and you warned Greg McMichael.
yes,
Any other communication besides those 7 times from the date of Ahmaud Arbery's murder to today with Greg McMichael?
no,
For George Barnhill, the district attorney who took over the case,
yes,
you speak with him on February 23rd, that Sunday evening, the murder of Ahmaud Arbery date.
yes,
You ask him to answer police questions.
yes,
February 24th, which is a Monday, just to tell him and tell the Glenn County Police Department he's on his way and where he goes.
yes.
April 2nd,
That was the day the news article came out, yes,
and that's Jackie Johnson, exhibit number 9.
yes,
April 6th, after you read the George Barnhill, quote, self-defense letter to Tom Jump, asking, why would you do this? And recusing.
yes,
And April 29th, when he told you about the threat that he had in his office machine that he thought was strong against Greg McMichael.
yes,
Those 5 contacts,
yes.
nothing else.
After all of this happened on May 7th, McMichaels were arrested. On May 8th, Commissioners Booker and Commissioner Peter Murphy told the newspaper that I had blocked the arrest of the McMichaels. And it picked up on national news, and my face was up there along with the McMichaels as being the person that had blocked them.
Is that true?
No.
Did you say the same thing on May 11th,
So
2020, that the jurors heard on that interview?
that was on that Monday, but George, after that had come out on the television, George sent me a text basically because he knew, and I sent him a text and I said, I'm sorry about all this, George, because at this point, it was not just me, it was him, it was his son. And I think I might have talked with him that Saturday about how horrible all of this was for everybody, and I felt awful about it.
How about for Mr. Ahmaud Arbery's family?
I felt awful for them. I saw Miss Arbery. After the video came out, I was walking out of the courthouse, and Miss Arbery came by, Miss Cooper Jones, and she called my name. I didn't know her before. I had seen her on television. And I walked over and to her, and she told me, she said, I'm a Muslim.
I'd like to show you.
She said, I'm a Muslim mother. And I grabbed her hand and I said, I'm so sorry about your son, because she believes that I did all this.
I want to show you what I've marked as Jackie Johnson exhibit number 10 and 11. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach you? Do me a favor, take a look at both of those.
Yes.
We'll do them one at a time, but it will be the same exact questions. On Jackie Johnson exhibit number 10, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And is that document true and accurate for what it depicts and purports to be?
Yes.
Any deletions or changes in any way in that document that you could tell?
No.
I'm going to ask you the same questions for Jackie Johnson exhibit number 11, correct?
Yes.
Does that document accurately reflect what it purports to encompass?
Yes.
Any changes or deletions or modifications to your knowledge?
No.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Jackie Johnson exhibit both number 10 and 11, the certified copies from the clerk's office in Camden County, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss, may we display it on the screen? This is Jackie Johnson exhibit number 10. Your Honor, it's a certified copy. Is that your name on the left-hand column, lower portion of that screen?
Yes.
And is this the oath, if you scroll down, Mr. Kokumo, of the district attorney that you took in 2012?
Yes.
If you could scroll down, Mr. Kokumo. December 28, 2012, is that your signature?
Yes.
And that is the notarization?
Yes.
And then it's a certified copy sealed actually today from the Camden County Clerk's office, right?
Yes.
Did you in any way, did you hear the questions of the Honorable Judge Kelly from the Honorable Attorney General Fowler as we sat in this courtroom about maybe you didn't take an oath in 2012?
I took an oath.
Okay. So the oath in the indictment of 2010, is that applicable in 2020 on the allegations of the grand jury through the Attorney General's office?
It had expired.
I'd like to show you, and with the court's permission, display Jackie Johnson exhibit number 11. You see in Camden County, your name is typed in?
Yes.
And is this the district attorney oath that you took? And if Mr. Kokumo can scroll down, this is now December 30th of 2016. Is that now another oath that you took? And was this oath also there notarized and sworn to by the probate judge?
Yes, that oath was my last oath. It expired on the last day of 2020.
This is the oath that you would have been under on around February 23rd, 2020.
Yes.
In count one of the indictment.
Yes.
But the indictment alleges you realize August 12th of 2010. Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Fowler? Thank you, Judge. I want to start with some things that we can agree on. We can agree that at the time of Ahmaud Arbery's murder, you were the district attorney of the Brunswick Judicial Circuit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That encompasses Glenn County, correct?
Yes.
Camden County,
Yes.
Wayne County, Jeff Davis County.
Yes.
All right. Now,
Also Appling.
also Appling County. Now, District Attorney Barnhill was the district attorney of the Waycross Judicial Circuit at the time of Ahmaud Arbery's murder, correct?
Yes.
Now, we can also agree that the murder of Ahmaud Arbery was on February 23rd of 2020.
Yes,
And at that time, you were the district attorney here in Glenn County.
I was.
All right, and George Barnhill was the district attorney in Wayne County, or I'm sorry, in Waycross Judicial Circuit.
Yes.
All right. On that same day, the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, Greg McMichael left you a voicemail on your phone.
Yes.
And you've told this jury that you did not listen to that voicemail for a while. Is that correct?
Yes.
But nevertheless, that morning you indicated you had been preparing for grand jury, or you had been over towards the grand jury room, kind of involved in the processes going over there, correct?
Talking about on Sunday or Monday?
Monday.
On Monday, I was here at the courthouse. We had the grand jury in here. I was on the third floor in my office.
Now, the voicemail that Mr. McMichael left you would describe it as urgent, would you not?
I assumed at the time that Sunday, after immediately I heard from Bill Darris after he called, Mr. McMichael called my phone and I didn't pick up. I heard from Bill Darris immediately and I assumed it had something to do with him being involved in the shooting in his neighborhood, but I didn't listen to it.
And do you remember approximately what time Bill Darris let you know about the shooting?
He called me on Sunday, the 23rd, around 2:14 was when Greg McMichael left that voicemail. He called me shortly thereafter, maybe 2:17, 2:18. Bill called me and told me what was going on.
Somewhere within a couple minutes?
Yes.
And at that point, did you have any knowledge whatsoever as to whether that may have been self-defense or not?
I did not know.
And how long at that point had Greg McMichael been your chief investigator?
Greg McMichael was not my chief investigator at the time of the shooting. Bill Darris was the chief investigator. He was the one that called me. Greg McMichael retired May of 2019, which would have been several months before all of this happened. He had not been in the office.
Now, but prior to that, prior to his retirement, how long had he been your chief investigator at the DA's office?
He began working for Glenn Thomas sometime in the 90s. Stephen Kelly, the judge Stephen Kelly became the district attorney in 1996. So he was Stephen Kelly's chief investigator. And I became the district attorney in 2000. 2010, and he became my chief investigator in 2010. And it was really, with respect to who was the chief investigator, it was really seniority. At the time I became district attorney, Greg was had been there the longest. The other investigator was Mark Melton, who had come more recently around mid 2005, 2008, somewhere in there. Mark Melton was our second investigator, and he actually, he's the sheriff now up in Appleton County, but at the time he was doing the upper part of the circuit, Appleton, Jeff Davis, and Wayne County. And so we had Greg McMichael down here as the chief investigator and Mark Melton up in those counties, and it was mainly because of seniority. That title was seniority.
So the answer to my question is 8 years approximately that he was your chief investigator.
Yes.
All right. And prior to that, as you were an assistant district attorney under Stephen Kelly, how long was he an investigator at the DA's office while you were working there?
I started working for Stephen Kelly in 1998. I had no interaction early on with him, but when I came to the office in Brunswick, he was the chief investigator at that time. So around 1998, 1999, he was the chief investigator then.
All right. So we can probably agree that you knew him for on or off somewhere between 17 to 20 years. And in the latter of those years, you knew him as your chief investigator for about 8 years. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And then the morning of the shooting, you heard from Bill Darris that he had been involved in a shooting. Is that fair?
No, the morning of the shooting, this happened in the afternoon. I believe it was sometime around 1:15 in the afternoon. Around 2:14, 15 is when he called me, about an hour after the shooting happened. And Bill Darris called me about 2 minutes after he left that voicemail.
Okay. All right. And after working with Greg McMichael for 18 years, 8 years as your chief investigator, and then finding out that he'd been involved in a shooting, knowing you had a voicemail on your phone, you didn't listen to the voicemail.
Yeah. And at this point, I didn't know he had been involved in the shooting. The information I had from Bill was that there had been a shooting in the Satilla Shores area, a burglary. And that was significant to me because down there near I-95, you've got Satilla Shores, and you've also got Royal Oaks, and it's right closer to the interstate. And we had worked and had a lot of entering autos and burglaries in those two neighborhoods. So it didn't surprise me that there had been some type of burglary in that neighborhood. I had associated it in my mind at the time. We had some homeless population near the interstate. That had been some of it that we had dealt with over the years in the office, and I had associated it with that at the time, but I didn't know specifically. That was just the connection I made in my mind. But at the time I talked with Bill Darris, we felt like he was some type of witness, or at best a witness. The actual person involved in the shooting was his son, and that's what I understood his role would have been, was some type of witness.
So later on in the day, though, you did speak with Rocky and Liberty, that kind of phone call triangle, and find out that Greg was involved in some way, shape, or form in the shooting, correct?
I learned around 5:35 for the first time that they're saying this is self-defense. And the details regarding home invasion and Travis McMichael confronting or being confronted at the time, they were saying he was confronted with the shotgun. He had the shotgun, and he being the one that was involved in the shooting and Greg being there as a witness. That's the information I had at the time. And at the time, I was getting information from Rocky and Liberty. Everything they were telling me was what they knew from the police, and there was an immediacy to it. In other words, in my mind, what I was getting was this happened right there at a home that was being burglarized. There was no chase involved.
And so after you got that information from them, you still hadn't listened to that voicemail from Greg?
No.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about your relationship with Greg. As the district attorney, it's fair to say that you are in charge of the office of the district attorney, correct?
Yes.
Everyone works for you, right?
Yes.
And since everyone works for you, generally you have hiring and firing power at the district attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things at the district attorney's office, if you have assistant district attorneys, which you did, you had assistant district attorneys that worked for you, correct?
Yes.
A chief assistant district attorney, those sorts of things.
Yes.
And one of the things that you have to do naturally to work as an assistant district attorney is you have to have, like, say, a bar license, right?
That's correct.
You have to go to law school, become a lawyer.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you have to be a police officer with arrest powers in the state of Georgia is to have post certification, right?
Yes.
All right. In 2014, Greg McMichael lost his post certification, did he not?
He was suspended. Yes.
He was suspended. And when you're suspended from having post certification, you no longer have arrest powers, correct?
Our office didn't have arrest powers to begin with. Some district attorney's office will have investigators more like police officers. They're more of an investigative unit within the DA's office. Our office never did. We were separate and we relied on law enforcement to do the arrest. And the only powers that my investigators had were derived from being deputized as the sheriff, which meant that Mr. McMichael and my other investigator, while I was district attorney at the time, would have been Mark Melton, who's now the sheriff up in Appleton County. They were sworn in as deputies by the sheriff. And at the time, this would have been around 2014. I had been DA about 3.5 years, about 3 years. Mr. McMichael came to me and told me that his arrest powers, his post certification had been suspended. And of course, I was very, as you can imagine, upset about that at the time. He indicated to me that he had not gotten all of his training hours. Every year, as district attorney, you have your assistant DAs and your investigators go to a conference, and they actually have it in the summer over at Jekyll. And that's where everybody gets their continuing education credits for the year, and that's where you get your post-certification credits, and you get recertified with everybody else in the state if you go to the classes. And that had been going on since I had been district attorney. We had all, and had been going on previous to me being district attorney when Stephen was a district attorney. We went over there. What I changed about it is I did a lot of, we had relied a lot on employees to get their information up to Atlanta and get their credits where they have to sign that they went to the classes and pay a fee. We had internalized all of that, and I was sending one check and getting all of the forms into Atlanta once they went to the conference. So everybody in my office I knew was getting all of their hours, the attorneys and the investigators, and we would have had 2 at the time. And so I knew at the time that he had been going to the trainings. I asked Mark Melton, who was my other investigator at the time. Mark had a good relationship at Post because Mark had done a lot of post training, and he put on a lot of classes where officers could get their hours up circuit. And we looked at it, and based on what we could learn, he had been deficient in hours back before my term, and that was catching up with him. And I never received any formal notification from Post that he had been suspended. I know that at the time when and it was common, as Judge Kelly told you earlier, we had 9 police departments, 5 sheriff's offices, and 2 GBI agencies, different agencies that we dealt with at the time. And if we got an officer was suspended, they would send us a notification in the mail, and we put that notice up in our office so that if we had cases, everybody in our office would know, the assistant district attorney, hey, you've got a problem on this case because your officer's lost his certification. They lost their arrest powers. They couldn't do anything. So Mark, I asked to check into it, and he looked at it. And based on what we looked at, we thought that it was legitimate that he did not know that he had lost his certification, his hours. And looking at it, the hours where he was deficient was back in 08, 07, 09. And so as a result of that, I asked Mark what we would have to do or what would have to be done. And Mark said that Mr. McMichael would have to pay money. He would have to go through a process. He would have to ask the Post to reinstate him. He would have to catch up his hours and do all of those things. So at that point, when I found out that he did not have arrest powers, and again, he told me he didn't know, and I felt like based on talking with Mark that was legitimate. I contacted Neil Jump, who was a sheriff at the time, and because Greg McMichael was sworn in under Neil Jump because he deputized him because we didn't have arrest powers. And I let Neil know, and we took away anything that would, and I believe I memoed the file that would allow him to do anything with regarding law enforcement type duties. He was basically suspended from doing any of that stuff, and he had to fix the problem. And that's what he did. And as a result of that, I contacted Post, and I think I wrote a letter up there and asked them to reinstate him once that happened. I did that for him on his behalf. He was, at this point, he started with Glenn County Police, maybe even Brunswick Police before that. At the time, Glenn County had a really good retirement program, and he was trying to get to his retirement. And I was willing to give him a chance to get there. And that's Mr. Bridges talked earlier about there was a big difference in old-time investigators and what we expected the new ones to do. He had come in at a time in 1995 when all you did in a district attorney's office was serve subpoenas and get witnesses to court. And he had always been good at doing that.
In your letter to Post dated June 17th of 2014, do you recall writing, "I wanted to thank you for your help in resolving Greg McMichael's issue with Post"?
Can I see that?
Certainly. Does this help refresh your recollection?
Yes, could I look at it a moment? Yes, do you want me to read it?
No, when you're finished reading, please look up at me.
Yes, this was June 17th, 2014.
And in this letter, you indicated that Post was very kind to you and Mark Melton when you actually went to visit their offices, correct?
Mark and I met with someone at Post, yes.
All right. And where is Post?
Post is not in Atlanta, but it's somewhere near Atlanta.
And they helped you all through the waiver process you indicated here. Is that correct?
Michael set all of that up, and there was a hearing up there for him to get his certification back. The council was actually comprised of, the Post council is actually sheriffs and other people from around the state are on the Post council. Michael had contacted them, and they required that he come to Atlanta and appear before the council and request to be reinstated once he had caught up all his hours and paid his fine. So once he did all of that and set all of that up, he let Mark and I know about it. And based on that, Mark and I went to Atlanta, and we, I think we watched the Post hearing. We talked with someone about the process, and that's what happened. They were very nice to us up there. And of course, I told them, which is the same thing I've told you. And what I understood at the time was this is a situation where he did not know he was deficient in his hours and that he had been suspended. I was very concerned at the time if he had been out serving subpoenas, driving a police car with no Post certification, both for my protection as well as the sheriff's protection, because he was deputized under Neil. And at the time, I was satisfied that he didn't know. And based on my communications and speaking with them in Atlanta, I wanted to make sure that my understanding of that was correct. And when I met with them, that was my understanding, yes.
And the last sentence of the first paragraph is, "I appreciate you're willing to meet with us and help us through the waiver process." And when you use the term us, I mean, that's a pronoun that generally includes the speaker, which in this case would be you, right?
The us was me and my employee and my other investigator. So we were all employees of the district attorney's office at the time, or I was the district attorney at the time. So when I say us, that's who I was referring to, yes.
All right. And you wrote, "At the council's request, please accept this as a formal letter in support of the council's decision to grant the waiver to Mr. McMichael so that he may continue to serve as an investigator with my office." You wrote that, correct?
If you want to mark that as an exhibit, I'd have to look at it.
Do you not remember?
No, I'd need to look at it again.
Would it help you refresh your recollection if I show it to you?
Well, if you want to enter it in, sure. I mean, or I can read it. It doesn't matter, but
You read it. So you can take a look here. You need to refresh your recollection again.
okay.
You
Yes,
see that?
yes.
Please read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're finished.
Yes, what's your question?
Right. At the council's request, please accept this as a formal letter in support of the council's decision to grant the waiver to Mr. McMichael so that he may continue to serve as an investigator with my office.
My recollection would be, based on what you said, that sounds like what I wrote, but the letter would be the highest and best evidence of what I actually said.
So I want to talk a little bit about what we might call the Tom Jump letter. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know of the letter to Tom Jump from Mr. Barnhill and the Waycross Circuit. Yes,
Now,
if that's the one you're referring to.
I'm putting up on the screen State's Exhibit number 5. Do you recall seeing this?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to the first paragraph under Dear Captain Jump. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The first sentence says, my office received the Arbery autopsy report. And then in brackets, it says dated 4/1/2020, yesterday, and I've reviewed it yesterday and this morning. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated as well during your direct testimony that you had a conversation with Mr. Barnhill on 4/2, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that lasted approximately 32 minutes,
Yes.
correct? And after that phone call for 32 minutes on Thursday, this was sent to Tom Jump the next day, correct?
The conversation with George Barnhill was on Thursday morning after the Brunswick News article came out. At that point, he had not seen an autopsy report. He talked to me for about 30 minutes and we talked a long time about, at this point, we were talking, and a lot of this was, I mean, if you had a relationship with George, there wasn't a short conversation. And he was talking about what they were doing in the Waycross Circuit with respect to court. And there had been an outbreak of COVID. At the time, we were calling it coronavirus, but there had been an outbreak over in Albany, and we were talking about what was going on at a hospital in Albany, and it had spread from a funeral, and he was explaining to me all the measures he was doing to keep his staff, because they were government employees, working, and that private attorneys over in Waycross were really suffering because of the COVID and not being able to go to court. So a lot of the conversation was that, and of course I advised him of what was in the Brunswick News, and that's when he told me that the autopsy was out. I did not know that it was done. He told me at that point it was done. And as a result of that, I contacted someone in my office. I believe it might have been Liberty, but it could have been someone upstairs in my office to contact the crime lab so that he could access and look at that. He told me, the gist of it was, I'm just waiting to see that autopsy report or I can move forward on this case. And that was something I thought was good for him to be able to get the autopsy and move forward with what he was going to do on the case. I never discussed anything about the case on him other than me getting the autopsy report. The letter that came out actually was emailed to Tom Jump somewhere around 5 or 6 o'clock on Friday afternoon. And that was about the time that George Barnhill, the son, called me and told me about this Justice League post and Bobby Worthy. and that his father was getting out of the case. And that's when I started making phone calls to the chief of police and to McMichael about getting additional protection at their house. I didn't know the letter was emailed that Friday afternoon until I saw it later, and I actually printed it out and read it that Monday morning was the first time I read it.
So just a moment ago, I had asked you whether you had a call with Mr. Barnhill on April 2nd that lasted 32 minutes, and then this was sent via email the next day on April 3rd. Is the answer yes or no?
The answer is yes.
Okay. So you also indicated as well that you've had multiple contacts with Greg McMichael in this case, correct?
I didn't really speak with him other than to call him the night after the murder and to when he called me after I had qualified for election and we talked a little bit about the elections. Those were my only two communications with him until April 3rd. And everything with him with respect to April 3rd forward had to do with what was going on the internet, what was going on with people calling his son's work, and what was going on actually over there in that neighborhood.
Now, with those contacts with Greg McMichael, you didn't record any of those, correct?
No.
Right. You didn't take any contemporaneous notes or anything like that on the phone calls, nothing like that?
No.
On any of them, did you stick it on speakerphone and have somebody sit with you?
No.
Okay. So those phone calls between you and Greg McMichael remain between you and Greg McMichael and nobody else. Is that fair to say?
I'm telling you what happened on the calls. That's what happened.
All right. Now, let me take you back a little bit to the timeline. So the shooting occurs on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
And on February 23rd, did you indicate on direct, and correct me if I'm wrong, you indicated on direct that you realized that you were going to have some sort of conflict here because Greg McMichael was involved. Am I correct?
I knew immediately that we were not going to be involved with anything that came from the case. Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that the next day you went into the office to handle the grand jury stuff involving John Powell, right?
I was in my office. The grand jury was actually going on down here. I was not in the grand jury. I had other attorneys in the grand jury, but I was on the third floor lining up witnesses to testify. That's what I was doing.
All right. And at that moment, true testimony, that's when you got with someone in your office to begin drafting the letter. Is that what you said?
No, it was that afternoon. There were police officers, many of the witnesses for the grand jury against the police chief were police officers that had come forward to my office with attorneys with information. And so I had those attorneys up there and I had police officers up there. And I also was on the phone getting permission for other people to come and testify from their law enforcement. One of my phone calls that day was to the ATF so that we could get permission from the feds for an ATF agent to testify. All of that was going on that day. And it was sometime in the afternoon. My mind was not, after connecting Mr. Barnhill up with the Glenn County Police, my mind was not on that. And it really did not go back to that until sometime that afternoon in the break room up there where I heard those officers talking about Travis McMichael had almost gotten killed.
And so who did you ask to draft the letter?
At that point, I mentioned to Vicki that we needed to do a conflict letter to the Attorney General on the case. She had that on her computer as far as the form to send something up there, and I just asked her to do it. It does not surprise me that she did not get it done that day because we were doing a lot of other things that day, but her office was right next to mine upstairs, and I asked her to do that, yes.
And that wasn't the first time that you had conflicted off a case, correct?
Yes, but what was different about this is typically I lived in Woodbine and my house was in town. I was very close to the courthouse in Woodbine. And most of my administrative things I did, writing checks, sending things to Atlanta, All of that typically happened with my assistant in my office in Camden County. We had all of our mail coming down there. I centralized everything in Camden County because it was closest to my house and I was in that office a lot. So most every conflict letter I would send typically came out of that Woodbine office. And it would have been someone different than Vicki doing it. So it's not a surprise to me that Vicki, I assumed it had gone. Vicki called me in there that Tuesday. It's not a surprise to me that she needed some help with it.
All right. But you had recused your office or disqualified your office before, correct?
Yes, I had.
And you usually did that by letter, correct?
Yes.
And when you did that, you would serve it on the appropriate entity at the time was the Attorney General's office, correct? When Stephen did it, I know he testified early, we sent it by mail. It was always my practice when I did it to email it to David McLaughlin at that address. Any conflict letter I have any recollection of sending up there, that's how we would do it. We would send it his email address. And oftentimes a phone call would follow either from you or from the Attorney General's office, and maybe an informal discussion of who would be good to take the case. Fair?
It was never my practice to call up there. I just sent the letter and expected them to go through their process as far as who they would appoint. If Ms. Crittenden called back, certainly I would speak with her, but it was not ever anything I did to call up there and suggest anyone. Typically, I just sent the letter and said that my office was out.
All right. I'm going to show you what we've marked as number 13. This is a letter that you sent to David McLaughlin with the Attorney General's office in 2015 on a disqualification, correct?
Yes, this was June 5th, 2015, and it was a investigation involving a former clerk of court had a theft, and it was a former employee that was under investigation.
And that's your signature at the bottom, correct?
Yes, it is.
That's the letter that you sent, is it not?
Yes, this is States 13.
Or at this time, state tenders into evidence, states exhibit number 13.
No, sir.
Everybody's still okay? Okay.
I want to direct your attention to the first paragraph. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you indicated, the letter indicates that there's a case that needs to be investigated involving allegations of theft and forgery against a person named Larry Morton, correct?
Yes.
You indicated no arrest had been made at the time.
Correct.
And that the case is currently being reviewed by the GBI's forensic financial auditors in Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
All right. In the next paragraph, you indicate that you've advised Agent Smith. Now, Agent Smith is with the GBI, right?
Yes.
That my office would be referring the case to the Attorney General, and she is preparing to brief the newly assigned prosecutor on the case. You indicated that in the letter, right?
Yes.
And you indicate that you've also spoken with Chuck Spahoff at PAC regarding the case, correct?
Yes.
I'm now approaching you.
If I could address that letter first. This happened in 2015. Was you probably read about in the newspaper. There was a million.
I'm object to non-responsive.
I think I can.
She can explain any answer that she gives.
The clerk at the time was Lola Jamsky. She is since deceased, but it was prior to the new clerk coming in. There was a theft of $1 million+ at the clerk's office here in Glenn County. And my office had been actively involved in the investigation of that, as well as I had met with Agent Smith several times. We had gone through records. We had done a lot on the case. The fact that it was in Atlanta, or the financial crimes, it didn't start out there. The GBI had done a lot of work on it, and my office had done a lot of work on it. There became an issue in the case. We were prosecuting. There became an issue in the case concerning the collection of restitution. There's several funds that the clerk's office has, and there became an issue in the case regarding whether or not there had been some involvement in a restitution fund for victims' restitution. If a person is sentenced to a case, they have to make payments, and sometimes that goes through a clerk's office, or at the time it had. And there had been an issue with regard to any of that, and whether or not my office and people in my office had some knowledge about some money going missing with regard to some of the cases we had sentenced in the restitution. And Ms. Jamsky actually had come to me and had made some statements concerning what was going on in the clerk's office, which I felt probably made me a witness, and possibly some of the people in my office a witness in the clerk's file case. So even though that we had initially done a lot of work and I was on a track to prosecute that case, I felt at this point that our office needed to step back, because it was going to put the DA's office and the DA's office employee witnesses at odds with the clerk's office on the first floor, whom we had to work with, because we possibly were going to be witnesses, including me, based on some of the conversations that Ms. Jamsky was coming and having with me and people in my office. Based on that, I wrote that recusal letter, obviously. I wrote that, and I was sitting at my desk in Woodbine and drafting out and putting as much information as I could in there. And I mentioned in there Chuck Spahos. I'm not sure, do you still have that? That was State's Exhibit, I believe that was 11 maybe? Can you put that back up?
You're looking for 13?
Or 13, whatever we just admitted. Yes, if you'll look at Chuck Spahos, he's down in the third paragraph down. I have also spoken with Chuck Spahos at the Prosecuting Attorney's Council regarding this case. Chuck and I have had discussions about, I knew that the Prosecuting Attorney's Council had a financial crimes, some specialties in the area. And I had talked with Chuck. I had reached out with him prior to sending the letter to the Attorney General and asked him if it was something that the Prosecuting Attorney's Council would be willing to get involved in and take over, and he had indicated that they would. And in fact, I think Mr. Spahos ended up getting appointed to handle that case by the Attorney General. So that's what was going on. We had done extensive work on the case and had to get out midstream.
So you have the State's Exhibit number 12 up there. That is a conflict letter that you sent as well, correct?
Yes, that was August 20, 2015.
That's your signature Bob, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And that is a letter that you sent, correct?
Yes.
You're on this time. State tenders into evidence. State's Exhibit number 12.
12 is tendered. Any objection?
No, sir.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Showing you State's Exhibit number 12. This letter here, you're requesting that the Attorney General assign counsel in a case that's listed above, correct?
Yes.
All right. Case hasn't been indicted and the defendants are currently out on bond, right?
Yes.
In the next sentence, you indicate that Waycross DA George Barnhill has been consulting with the GBI during the investigation and may be interested in handling it, right?
Yes. The that particular case was, they called it the Wedding Crashers case. There were actually three, I believe, sheriff's deputies showed up at what was deemed by the press to be a wedding reception. It was actually a party out in the yard, I think, and there had been a wedding, and there was an altercation that resulted in shots being fired and somebody breaking a leg, somebody going to the hospital. It was fairly serious. It involved some Camden County deputies that had pretty close associations with my office down in Camden County, so I knew we couldn't be involved. Richard Dial, the GBI, initially the sheriff's office was working in the case, and then they brought the GBI in. The GBI agent that came in after the fact was Richard Dial, and he called me and told me about it, and I said, we're going to have to conflict out, and he told me, I understand, but I need to talk to somebody, and he actually reached out to George Barnhill on the Waycross circuit because GBI actually does work for his circuit as well as my circuit. So that actually came from Richard Dial before the case ever came to my office, and of course I passed that information along to the Attorney General's office. That case never came to my office. From the warrant stage on, it was handled by Mr. Barnhill.
And the second full paragraph says my office will continue to keep victims informed until new counsel can be assigned, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what we've marked States Exhibit 11. This is a conflict that you said as well as that's correct?
Yes.
And that's your signature at the bottom, is it not?
Yes.
All right. And that is the letter that you sent to the Attorney General's office, correct?
Yes.
This time, State tenders into evidence, States Exhibit number 11.
No, sir.
Received.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just Thank you. Can you see States Exhibit number 11?
Yes.
Right. Now, in the first paragraph, you indicate that you're requesting that the Attorney General assign counsel to represent the prosecution in these criminal proceedings and the forfeiture, correct?
Yes.
Right. You then list the charge, the defendant's name in the venue, correct?
Yes.
All right. In the following sentence, you say the PAC is aware of your conflict and has previously provided assistance in the pending forfeiture case, right?
Yes. So I reached out to the prosecuting attorney's counsel. If I wasn't reaching out to George Barnhill or Tom Durden, I was calling Atlanta because the prosecuting attorney's counsel had prosecution units. They had a special domestic violence prosecution unit. They had a special forfeiture unit. I believe they had a financial something from time to time, but I went to Atlanta for the trainings on the prosecuting attorney's counsel has an office in Atlanta, and I actually knew one of the persons that did the forfeitures, and I knew Chet Spahos, who was the director at the time. So when we developed the conflict, this was a doctor in, I believe, Appling County, and the sheriff's office had seized some of his assets. And it was not, if there was anything somewhat complex that I knew that the prosecuting attorney's counsel had some expertise on, I would reach out to them and ask if they would take the case. And then I would include that in my letter, as I did here with the Attorney General.
Showing you what's already been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit 4. This is your conflict letter from this case, correct?
Yes.
You did not indicate in this letter that George Barnhill had already reviewed anything, correct?
No, we had, over the years, I had been going to PAC trainings, prosecuting attorney counsel trainings. And one of the things that had come up is they had said, put as little as possible in your letter, because the district attorneys were having problems with the attorney general telling them they didn't have a conflict and sending the case back to them. And so one of the things that they had told us in the training is, number one, don't tell them much information. And number two, don't suggest what attorney or district attorney or prosecutor you want them to handle the case. And so I stopped suggesting anything, and I pared down my letters as a result of those trainings. So at the time this happened in 2020, I did not include much information in the letter. I always tried to put in there whether or not there were arrest warrants and whether or not there was the person was in jail, because if the person was in jail, that meant that it was probably going to show up pretty quickly on a court calendar, and someone from Waycross, Atlanta, Hinesville is going to have to come to court pretty quickly. And if there was a situation like that, it was not uncommon for me to go ahead and reach out. And typically what I did is, if the case was in Appling, Wayne, Jeff Davis, if it was in any of those counties, I would reach out to Tom Durden, because his circuit is just north of there, the Atlantic Circuit. If the case was in Camden County or Glenn County, I would typically reach out to George Barnhill, because he was the closest.
Now, you indicated earlier that Mr. McMichael had been calling Mark Spalding, correct?
I did not have any firsthand knowledge of that, other than if I found out about that after I saw the phone records in this case. But at the time, I didn't know that unless Mark told me, he's called, will you call him back? That was typical, because Mark was the office manager here in Glenn County. And typically, if something was going on and someone couldn't get in touch with me, they would call either my investigator, Bill Darris, or they would call Mark Spalding. He was the office administrator.
And do you recall the last 4 digits of Mr. Spalding's phone number?
No, not right now.
I show you a copy of his cell phone bill. Would that maybe help refresh your recollection?
Not with something more, no.
Okay, if it has, I'll show you and see if it does. There it is. Is his phone number 3358? You scroll up and down and look at it. It's Verizon.
The bill you have does indicate that there's a Mark Spalding, and the last 4 digits are 3358. But I didn't know his number. I just know that it was stored on my phone.
So I want to go back to the timeline. I know we kind of got off the timeline a little bit. 2 days after the shooting is Tuesday, correct?
Yes.
And we can agree that that is the first time that the conflict letter went up to the Attorney General's office, right?
It was dated February the 25th. We actually wrote it that day. I was at Vicky's computer when she prepared it. I thought that it went on the 25th, but I found out later when I was looking at records in this case, it actually did not go up until Wednesday, the following morning at, I believe, 9:19 in the morning.
When you say you were at Vicky's computer when you prepared it, I mean, are you sitting across from her, and while she's typing, are you standing over her shoulder, moving her hands? How is that going?
She called me. She was actually typing the letter and said that she needed some help. And I walked in and I stood by her computer. And what we changed was, instead of having warrants, which is typically what we have, warrant numbers or a case number, all I had was an investigation, and we changed that part. And very little did I do to change anything other than that. And then I said it was good. And at that point, I thought she sent it. I had my name was stored in the computer, so they didn't need me to sign things for them to go.
So, and you indicated that the next day that Wednesday was the day, I believe, that the second email went with the same conflict letter.
No,
correct?
The first conflict letter was written on the 25th, which was a Tuesday. It was emailed up to the Attorney General's office at the email, David McLaughlin's email, the person who I had always used to send the letter to, on the Wednesday at 9:19, I believe. Vicky's email was at 9:19 on Wednesday. That's when it went up.
And then that's the second letter, correct?
That's the first letter.
First letter. Second letter goes on Thursday?
The second letter goes on Thursday, and the only reason we sent the second letter was based on communication from Ms. Crittenton that we had sent it to the wrong email address. And I'm sure at that point, Ms. Crittenton, whatever questions based on her testimony and based on my recollection, I would have told Ms. Crittenton that I had already contacted Mr. Barnhill.
Okay. All right. So,
I will clarify that I never suggested it didn't matter to me who they appointed. That would not be something that I suggested to her in that conversation. I just told her when she asked me, I told her I had already made contact with him, which was not uncommon.
So, did you use George Barnhill's name?
When she asked me About the case, yeah, she asked me, she said she was going to assign it, and I said I had already reached out to him if she wanted to call him, and that was the extent of it.
So, do you recall giving an interview to Bob Morgan a couple months later?
That was the one that you played on yesterday. That interview was on May 11th.
Do you recall being asked in that interview whether you spoke to the Attorney General's office?
I did that interview on May 11th. The video came out on May 5th. And before I did the interview, I looked at the two emails, the two letters I had sent, which you've seen them. I didn't suggest or recommend anyone. And I didn't. And I told Bob Morgan that was my recollection at the time. That's still my recollection. The only thing that's different in what I was on that radio and what I'm testifying to today is I think it's that I answered when she called me. I answered her questions. That's what I did.
Okay. And then maybe I asked a bad question, but did you deny talking to the Attorney General's office to Bob Morgan?
I didn't call up there. I responded to them contacting me, but no, and I can tell you at the time, my recollection is I hadn't talked with anybody, but at the time I was looking at those two letters when I did that interview.
Okay, so at the time of the interview with Bob Morgan, what you're saying is that you didn't remember talking to the Attorney General's office. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember talking to the Attorney General's office?
I believe the testimony that Ms. Crittenden gave is consistent with what happened.
But I'm asking you, do you remember doing it now?
Do I remember contacting the Attorney General's office? I never contacted the Attorney General's office. Ms. Crittenden contacted me, and I think I returned her call, but I answered what she asked me in response to that, and based on her testimony, my recollection is refreshed as to that. I will note that Ms. Crittenden is an employee of the Attorney General's office. She works for them. She's actually the paralegal for Mr. Fowler. And the prosecutor who handled this case at the grand jury was a person by the name of Blair Gowan. She's the person I actually sent the second letter to. You'll see her. You'll see her name in the second letter that I sent on Thursday. I wouldn't have contacted them and sent a second letter if they hadn't contacted me and told me that we had sent it to the wrong place. There would have been no reason for me to do that. Ms. Crittenden was never interviewed by the GBI, and for some reason, certain witnesses were recorded. They're transcribed in the grand jury, but Ms. Crittenden's testimony was not.
Objection. This is beyond explanation.
Thank you.
You can answer the question and explain.
But I don't dispute. I don't dispute Ms. Crittenden's recollection that we heard for the first time in here.
When you were a few minutes ago talking about one of these conflict letters, I don't recall which one, maybe you can help me remember. You said that you were concerned that you had become a witness. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, which one was that? I can bring them up to you and show you if you need.
It was the clerk's office, Mr. Morton.
What about that made you concerned that you needed to recuse your office from the case because you're a witness?
The clerk at the time had come to me and other members of the district attorney's office and made statements concerning the theft of the funds, as well as the fact that I'm not sure it ultimately ended up being what the conviction was for, but there were some funds in that office that my office had involvement as far as restitution and fines and things of that come to the courthouse. We would have imposed the fines. We would have imposed the restitution at the time we were doing the sentencing. And then, of course, victims that we were dealing with and defendants we were dealing with would be dealing with the clerk's office regarding distribution of those funds. Those were reasons why I felt myself and employees in my office may be potential witnesses in the case.
Okay. And because you're a potential witness as the district attorney, you can't be a prosecutor. You can't be what we call an advocate and a witness, right?
It's kind of like if you would call your paralegal to the grand jury and have them testify on your behalf. You couldn't do that as a prosecutor. I couldn't take my assistant and have them come in, for example, and testify on my behalf as the prosecutor.
So what you cannot, as the district attorney, I mean, you understand the difference between a constitutional officer. You're smart. You know the difference between a constitutional officer and anybody else, right? An employee of the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And so you know that if you have an employee, say an assistant district attorney who is a crime victim, you can actually erect what we call a Chinese wall or an ethical screen, and the district attorney can still prosecute the case, right?
Who is the crime victim?
An assistant district attorney.
I don't think my office has ever prosecuted a case. I'm trying to think of an instance where we would have prosecuted a case where an actual assistant DA in my office was a victim of a crime. I know of one case that comes to mind, and that was Andy Beaver. He was a victim of a burglary in Jessup. And Tom Durden's office, we actually conflicted out, and Tom Durden's office in the Atlantic Circuit handled that case. It would not be an actual conflict, I guess, to answer your question, but it's typically something that I didn't do. Based on my recollection.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, though, is it's not an actual conflict. You can put up an ethical screen and say, this person cannot have anything to do with the conversations involving plea negotiations, litigation, anything like that. And the DA can still prosecute the case, right?
There were instances like Mr. Kelly or Judge Kelly was talking about this morning where there would be a case where we had a conflict out of the Camden office and another office would handle that in the circuit. A good example is I had a case here in Glenn County on a county commissioner, and I asked an attorney out of my Camden office to prosecute the Glenn County commissioner so that it was not the same office. So yes, you could do that.
You can. Okay, that's what I was looking for. You can do that. All right. But at the same time, you, the district attorney, because you're the chief prosecutor with the constitutional authority, you can't put up an ethical screen or what some people call a Chinese wall and have your folks that are your subordinates prosecuted. You can't do that, right?
If I have any type of conflict, an actual conflict, the entire office is out. Yes, that's correct.
All right. So when you were saying you could be a witness and you indicated you can't be an advocate and a witness, because you're a witness, that completely disqualifies your entire office, right?
There are certain ministerial things that possibly I can think of where I would be a witness to something that would be ministerial, but generally speaking, no. If I have a conflict, it conflicts out the entire office because all of the assistant DAs get their authority from me.
All right. So when you say ministerial duties, you can do things, paper, pens, maybe schedule court, give somebody information on when there's court, those sorts of things. But what you can't do is things like go to court, litigate, make plea offer decisions, those sorts of things, correct?
Correct.
All right. Judge, I know we've been going for a while. I don't know. I saw the court space just a moment ago. And
it's been 2 hours. Everybody okay all right.
Okay.
I appreciate you telling me that. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Listen to the discussion of it. Let's take a 15-minute break.
All right, the jury.
All right, the jury has left and we'll take 15 minutes. Folks, from now on, when I dismiss the jury, until the jury is out, remain quiet, okay? Until the jury gets out of here, remain quiet. And you can talk all you want to, but quiet until the jury is out.
Your Honor, did you say 15 minutes? Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if you didn't get it, and I could get a hard copy, we sent the,
Kathy I would like a hard copy, but Kathy told me that she got it.
okay, thank you, sir. Do you need a hard copy?
As long as we're email copy, we're fine. Thank you.
Is that what you're supposed to send them? We're supposed to be sending them tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm checking. The chocolate is trying to see if the rest of it is
Captain America. But I'm gonna send you.
I've heard a long time ago.
Oh, you got it?
You just did. Yeah. Right.
And this is your name here, Jackie Johnson, correct?
Yes.
Hold on, I'm trying to back it up a little bit.
All right, everybody ready? Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I'm putting up on the screen State's Exhibit number 3. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right. Now, State's Exhibit number 3 is your oath from 2010, correct?
Correct.
And this is your name here, Jackie Johnson, correct?
Yes.
The county is Glenn County, correct?
Yes.
And that's the county we're sitting in now, right?
Yes.
And you do swear or affirm, do you not?
Yes.
That you will faithfully and impartially and without fear, favor, or affection discharge your duties as district attorney, correct?
Yes.
When we go underneath that, can you see that paragraph that's kind of condensed in?
Yes.
The paragraph that is condensed in, it kind of goes a couple lines, and I want to direct you to the line that I am pointing to here. Can you see where I'm pointing?
Yes.
Do you see where it says that I will support the constitutions of the United States in this state?
Yes.
Now I'm showing you defendant's exhibit number 11. It may take you a moment to review them, but my question is this. You would agree with me that that inset paragraph, the one that begins, "I do further solemnly swear or affirm," is exactly the same language that you have on your 2010 oath, correct? Or do you need a moment to review them? It's okay if you do.
I believe they're all the same, yes, as far as that language, yes.
And the language up here is exactly the same, except the "so help me God" is located here at the end, correct?
Okay.
Do you agree with me or do you need to see it?
They look the same to me.
To be clear, the one I just showed you a moment ago, Defendant's Exhibit 11, is the oath that you were under on February 23rd of 2020, correct?
Yes.
As someone who is running for or has run for office, well, let me ask it this way. Prior to the election, your last election, you had run for office before, correct?
Yes.
All right. How many times had you run for office?
It was a special election in 2010. I had no opposition. There was an election in 2012. I ran, contested. And there was an election in 2016. I had no opposition.
And when you're running for office, you would agree with me that the idea is obviously to get the most votes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And by getting the most votes, you either win the office or you retain the office, correct?
You retain it or you lose it, yes.
All right. Or you can win the office if you had not previously been in the office, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that you were coming up for election that year, towards the end of the year, is that fair?
I was on the ballot in November 2020, yes.
And the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery occurred approximately 9 months beforehand, right?
February 23rd, 2020, yes.
Okay. So we can agree also that this overall, that the release of the video and sort of the uproar may have had an effect on your subsequent election, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were receiving some bad publicity following the release of the video, correct?
I didn't consider it bad publicity. I considered it, I mean, it was awful. I mean, it wasn't that I was concerned about it being bad publicity. I was concerned that Ms. Jones and Mr. Arbery thought that I had covered up the murder of their son. I mean, that wasn't bad publicity. I mean, that was awful.
All right. So prior to that, had you had any public meetings with anyone?
I had a lot of public meetings at the time, yes.
About the Ahmaud Arbery shooting?
We had a meeting with 4 pastors here in the community. I did. I met with the county police and the county commissioners and the pastors at the police department on May 4th before the video came out.
The day before the video came out, correct?
Yes.
Now, on May 3rd, you would talk to Tom Durden twice, correct?
Yes, I talked to him on May 3rd, yes. I think I talked with him on May 4th as well.
Talked to him on May 4th. Now, Mr. Durden has passed away since, correct?
Yes, Tom died.
All right. Nobody was around for that phone call or anything like that. It was just you and Mr. Durden, correct?
I don't know about Mr. Durden.
Well, as far as you know, no one else was around. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't record the call or anything like that? Did you record any calls that you may have had involving this case?
No.
Did you take any contemporaneous notes about any calls you may have had in this case, whether they were with Mark Spalding, whether they were with Greg McMichael, whether they were with DA George Barnhill, anybody like that?
No.
And to the best of your recollection, did you ever pass along any information about this case to Greg McMichael?
I passed along the same information I gave to him, I gave to the family on April the 6th. When Mr. Barnhill, I read his letter. I told Greg McMichael and I told Marcus Arbery and his brother that they may see something in the news about there being a self-defense determination by Mr. Barnhill, and that this case was not over. It was actually just beginning because it was being passed on to another district attorney, and that the investigation was still very much ongoing, and that district attorney would make a decision on the case independent of whatever they might see in the news or on the internet. And that was on April 6th.
Your Honor, may I have one moment? Thank you. I have no further cross-examination for this witness.
Anything on redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. I just want to make sure this is clear for the jurors. On Monday, May 4th, 2020, when you called Attorney General Christopher Carr, it's already in the records.
Yes.
If you need an aid, with the court's permission, can Mr. Kokumo
That's fine.
display instead of the records, the jurors can find it. Is Mr. Attorney General Christopher Carr's phone number ending in 0801. And you'll be able to see it in a minute. Is that true?
Yeah, he actually sent me a text on that date with his phone number, and that's how I knew the number to call.
That's fine. But I'm just saying, if the jurors want to look it up in the phone records, that's the number, that's the time, that's the date.
Yes.
Thank you. No other questions, Your Honor.
Any recross?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, man. You can step down. You have other witnesses, Mr. Steve?
Yes. Can we call Chief Angela Smith?
Chief Angela?
Okay, y'all. I am going to end this now. I just wanted to get the full testimony of Miss Johnson for you guys. I know everybody was waiting on it and wanted to see it. I'm so sorry that we were not able to see a real visual, but that's why I put a picture of her up here so you guys can have a visual. But I am about to hit the sack now. I am about to go to bed. I thank you guys for watching X. I need you guys from X to come on over to YouTube so I can get my numbers. It's been a whole bunch of you guys in here from X. And I thank you guys for being here. You guys rock. I'm telling you. I had 800 folks up in here. 800. And all of them over there at X. But X, come on over to the YouTube side. All right, everybody. You guys have a great night. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Listen, it looks like the defense is going to rest. And so most likely, the juror is going to have their instruction tomorrow, most likely, because they pushed the two testimonies out real quick. And remember the other two that still said they wasn't going to bring those two back because they got rid of the two charges. So we should be getting a verdict really soon. If not tomorrow, probably Thursday. Okay. So hopefully the camera guy, this thing will work out well tomorrow and we will not have this non-visual stuff. You're welcome, Nichelle. Nichelle, I thought you was coming. It was packed today. It was packed. I got a chance to see my 4 daughters if she's in here. Hey. So I got a chance to see quite a few people. And hopefully I'll have an interview with Amar's dad too. Okay. So, because he told me he was going to give me my interview whenever I wanted. And so you're going to start from the beginning, Glenn? Okay. Y'all, good night, everybody. Love you guys. May the Lord watch between me and thee while we're absent one from another. Amen. Now it looks like a whole bunch of people coming in. Y'all, I'm leaving. Good night. All right. Good night, everybody.
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me, we laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign and joys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign and joy is what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night.